Why?
Where?
How?
Why do Fetch and Sketch have loot boxes?
Because they won the auction, and I
Oh,
wanted to make sure
yeah.
that they got their loot before I forgot. I've been doing this really cool thing lately for this campaign called taking notes. And
stupid.
boy, it's revolutionary, I gotta tell you guys. It's wild how much easier it is to remember
Why are
things.
there 2 sketches?
I don't know. It's
And I don't mean that. I don't mean that in a twin racist way. I meant like there's actually 2 sketches.
Well, I'm going to interpret.
Oh,
twin
I think
races.
I dragged him on the map because I'm stupid and didn't see the one that was already here.
It's
Wait a
not-
second. Why are there 2 of you? That's my brother.
Hello, welcome to Wildfolk. We're back for. We're back actually. I think.
Seems that way.
I think we might actually be on for the next few weeks. It has kind of worked out that some people can play throughout the remaining holidays. But we'll see how it goes. Maybe things will go terribly and we'll have to take some weeks off. So play it by ear. We'll do it live.
To quote the great Bill O'Reilly, fuck it, we'll do it live.
Great in sort of like the archaic sense of the word. Like
Yeah,
awful
great
or awesome
and, like-
in the sense that inspires awe.
Great the way Star Wars is great. We're like, we all know that it's important. It's not good.
Oh boy.
Original trilogy was alright.
Terrible.
Oh, are we doing this now?
Horrible trash.
Let's not talk about Star Wars.
Let's talk
now.
about Star Wars. Great
I want
universe,
to
amazing
talk
world
about-
building, awful
yeah.
stories.
I want to talk to Zeke about this because he's got the right opinion. I think.
Anyway, we shouldn't
No,
do this.
it's a dumb kids action movie, my guy. It isn't. It's awful if you compare it to Citizen Kane or something. But yeah, but
It's not even a good
Well, Citizen
kids
Kane's
action movie.
awful. Guys, I'm not even playing this week, but it's been 18 weeks.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
No, please keep stalling. I don't know if I have enough prepped, and I've got that thing going on where it's been long enough since I've DM'd that I'm like, wow, I'm gonna fuck everything up. I hope today doesn't totally crash and burn.
Oh, that's supposed to go away after a while?
Should we start casting spells then?
Dude,
Just like right now?
That sometimes eventually goes away for me, but then I like stop for a moment and it's back. I cannot take breaks. It ruins me.
Lush, did you get like a surgical voice change or something?
I got a new headset because my other one was garbage. Do I sound
Okay.
better? Different?
You
Bad?
sound different and crystal clear, and like you're speaking directly into my mind with like telepathy. It's crazy. That was a lot worse.
I'm so glad that he's getting the attention for this because I too, 30 minutes before the stream started, picked up and plugged in a new mic for the first time. And, that's what all of the good audio
It does
engineers tell you to
kinda
do.
It does kind of sound like you're like, I don't know, a little bit ASMR. It does kind of sound like you're like really close.
Okay.
You're broadcasting from a pit of gravel.
Yeah, okay.
You got a little bit of a narrator quality to your voice.
A narrator quality.
Some would say DM.
A
Yeah,
DM
some would see a
quality.
game master of some sorts.
That's fucking wild. I have to
If only you
dispel
could
that
find a
myth
place
real
to
quick.
use this talent.
Ooh, this music is good.
Yeah, it is. Oh, I should probably. Well, we'll
Oh
let
no!
this
I
run.
got to turn the music on.
Turn
I might
my
just
ears
be,
curling.
I might be seeing Outer Wilds everywhere now, but this gives me big Outer Wilds vibes.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, we've got to stall a little bit longer. I haven't
Man
actually
looks
talked
at
to you in
campfire.
person since you started. Are you enjoying it?
You and I both know we can't talk about this.
We can't. You're
You
right.
can't. I'm here. I don't want
That's
to be
true.
spoiled. I'm sad.
But yes, it is incredible.
Hey, I'm not paid by anyone. If you, the listeners, the viewers, have not played Outer Wilds, go fucking play Outer Wilds. It's out on Switch now. That's a great excuse.
He's lying. He's being paid by them.
I wish I was being paid by them. I would
They're not
love,
paying him
not
much.
because I want the money. I just want to be in any way officially linked to a thing that is bigger than me and that I love. And that thing right now is Outer Wilds. Or not right now, but I guess when I played it a year and a half ago. It's great. Go play it. Wildfolk, when we left off last time, oh my god, it's been so long. You guys had returned from your first missions to help kind of restore the Landfall Guild. You believe that they have a lot of resources that could potentially be useful to your characters for various reasons, and one of those resources happens to be a fuck ton of gold that they paid you to go on these missions. More gold than most of you guys have seen in one place in your entire lives, more gold than most of you would earn in a couple years of your lifetime. Enough gold that if you wanted to, you could probably go find somewhere cheap to live and stay there for 2 or 3 years, getting by on meager meals, and not have to worry about anything. But you guys are adventurers and you have problems, which means it's time for more. You saw that there were several new jobs posted as a follow-up, resources that the Landfall Guild needs in order to get some of these materials and these resources back online. Your group in particular was interested in helping get the Murmury back online, which is a facility that they use to do magical rituals. Magical rituals that let you send messages over long distance, either through dreams or through paper birds or through the wind carrying your whispers, things like that. Each of you, or at least many of you, have reasons that this could be useful, especially Fetch and Sketch, to a certain degree Jane as well. Maybe Sidra, depending on the events of, the next couple of weeks.
Branch?
Branch, I'm so sorry, Branch, not Sidra.
Don't dox me. Don't dox me with your fake name.
Don't dox you with your fake name. Boy. That's in the credits and the title slash.
Fetch has seen way, way more gold than this. Way more. Yeah.
Well,
yeah. It comes from a place where the earth churns itself up and refreshes itself. We use gold for decoration. It's so worthless. We never use it for currency. But I don't know what money is, because why would you use gold for that? You can just pick it up.
He's poor.
And you wonder why people are coming to your land.
Why are we being invaded?
murdering you all?
Why are you being invading, trying to take all of our wealth that we're not using?
I'm so glad that this came up for reasons that'll maybe come up later and maybe won't. It is probably true that Fetch at least knows that sometimes giant mines of gold just spring up from the earth, sometimes even like open pits. I don't know if Fetch has ever seen a mountain of gold in his life. It's a little less common than that, but you've at least heard of it. You know what? Give me a D100. Let's find out if you've seen a mountain of gold.
We got that Aztec gold decoration.
Can I help?
Gold.
Absolutely. Each of you guys, being from Zulakara, can give me a D100 to see if you've ever found just a mountain of gold.
You're telling me that Zulakara doesn't have a giant ziggurat made of pure gold?
A giant ziggurat would get wrecked by the next landstorm.
It also would imply that you get ones that are just pure copper,
Absolutely.
pure quartz.
We probably get veins every once in a while that just get pushed up.
Yeah, spoilers, it's the same compositional ratio as our Earth, because that keeps the physics simple, which means it's mostly iron and like a little bit of aluminum from time to time.
Yeah, because physics.
Yeah. But gold does show up from time to time. Fetch has probably found a river where the banks were just coated in little golden nuggets, and they were gone the next morning. They went so fast.
Yeah, you scoop them up and you take them back to town, and then somebody makes it into cool jewelry.
Hell yeah. Where were we? What were we doing before we got sidetracked?
What do I know about gold? Tell me everything I know about gold.
What do you know about gold? Give me a nature check or a crafting check.
Also, there's no way this world has discovered aluminum yet.
They would have found bauxite. They don't know what to do with it yet.
Yeah, we found bauxite, but the only thing we get out of it is mercury. We don't get aluminum out of it. We don't
What
get
did you
pure
say?
yet.
Nature or
crafting?
Intimidation, you said?
No, not intimidation.
You said intimidation?
I sure did.
I'm going to intimidate
Trying to intimidate
gold.
the DM into letting her roll intimidation.
Yeah. I'm going to intimidate that gold to tell me what I need to know.
Good luck with that. I believe in you. Where's Twitch chat? Why isn't this showing?
Oh
us
my
here?
god, I know everything about gold.
You know that gold is very
Oh,
valuable.
actually, I have a +2 to crafting. I didn't know crafting was its own thing.
Oh.
So it's 4.
Well, with a 4,
No.
you know that gold is very valuable. You probably, with a 4, even know that gold is very shiny. You may even have heard some rumors that it's very heavy.
Yeah, but what is weight? Even, really, except just gravity acting on stuff.
True.
Jane has an aneurysm.
Jane collapses and dies. Jane is not the only one. Drake, who is listening in and has not played in 4 weeks, is also dying as we sit here doing nothing for 15 minutes.
The Romans called it aurum.
Aurum.
It's called oro in Spanish.
Most reasonable languages use romantic languages, like the Romans did. Hence the
That's
name.
why AU
romantic
is
languages.
its symbol instead of GO.
Oh, I thought you said most reasonable languages, and I was like, wow, that's a bold.
No, I said it. I said that and I meant it. Most reasonable. Romantic languages are the most reasonable languages.
They are really not. Anything that has genders and plurals, get out of here.
Oh, they are gendered
Plurals?
languages. Wait, plurals? Hang on.
I kind of feel like plurals are good.
Japanese master race. Also, don't even get me
I just
started on the
wanna
regular.
say, it's a little bit problematic to use the master race joke about an actual race.
Yeah.
I was talking about the language, not the.
That's still...
It's part of
it comes with that.
Fine.
It's like one of the most intrinsic things to culture.
Yeah.
Let's not forget what side they fought on. I'm just.
Holy fuck. Okay,
Oh,
let's
boy,
move on. Let's move on very, very quickly. You guys have signed up for this mission. It is still the night before you guys are taking off for the mission. The auction that you won at some point, it would probably be Darwin that comes by and make sure that Fetch, you get the thing that you paid for, which I believe was the stone, the scry stone, the scry gunk.
Scrygunk, yeah.
And then there
Which
was...
I think he paid half and somebody else paid half for use of it too.
I think there was an
This is
arrangement.
Kaz.
It might have been Kaz. That sounds right.
Yeah, right now I'm just kind of squishing it, stretching it, squishing it.
It's like silly putty.
Silly putty.
It smells kind of funny. I kind of want to eat it, but
Eat it, eat it, do
it.
Do it.
You really ought not eat it.
Do it.
Wait, what is
Yeah.
that?
I dare you.
Oh, it's the scry gunk.
Don't eat that. You can use
I'm
that to
assuming it has
scry on
a-
people.
Consistency of silly putty.
Kind of, yeah.
Just don't eat it. You can play with it. That's
The-
cool.
Do you... What's the weirdest thing you do with the scry gun because you're playing around with it, Fetch?
Lick it.
Lick it. When you lick it, there is a moment where your vision is pulled out behind yourself, like you're playing in third person for a moment. And it's very momentary, and your tongue tingles the entire time you're doing it, and you can feel your shoulder muscles tense. But you feel your vision is pulled a few feet behind your body as you lick it.
Yeah, he starts to lick it. It does that cat thing where they freeze and then their eyes get really big, and then he's frozen for like 3 minutes.
Amazing. Meanwhile,
How
go ahead.
how much? So like, this is the night before we're leaving.
Yes,
I have 2 questions.
yes.
How long is our journey to be? How are we traveling? Is this by land? Are we on a boat? What's up?
So that is up to you guys. The normal would be find a caravan with some wagons so that there is a little bit of safety in numbers, or go on foot in a very small group so that there is safety in stealth. You guys are... It's kind of up to you which one of those approaches you'd like to do. Fetch, having traveled here alone recently, and Branch being a little bit more familiar with the area, would kind of understand that this group is not made for survival and stealth except for Fetch and maybe Sketch. You get the feeling that sneaking around probably not going to be effective with a party of 5 where only one of you is good at sneaking through the wilderness. Or kind of 2. So
Makes sense.
the normal thing here would be find a big caravan, get some mercenaries, some hired guards, which frankly, that's you guys right now. You guys are level 3. And travel as a group and just try to stick to the main paths, safety in numbers, avoid monsters at all costs. It's an extremely dangerous trip. This entire nation has essentially undergone an apocalypse because of the monsters that are swarming everywhere. So what you're doing is what adventurers sign up for. There are alternatives. You could try to take a super long boat trip out from Famador, wrap around the southern coast, but that would be like a month-long journey, and you would potentially be sailing through the Azantic Navy if you did that.
Right.
If you found somebody with an airship, that's an option, but that's a whole thing. So most likely, caravan, take the path.
Assuming that we do a caravan, what's our timeline? Like how much time?
What a great question. Let's go find out.
Assuming smooth travels, blah blah blah.
Yeah. Beep, 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 beep.
Man, we're gonna be so old by the end of this campaign. We're gonna be like, time is like a whole thing here.
Just speak for yourself, bro.
No, we got Jane.
Yeah, sorry, you're a robot, a time robot.
Maybe time just doesn't affect her and she never ages. And she's actually like 5 million years old.
So you guys are going to get
Nah.
to the border of Zulakara in about 9 or 10 days. From there, it's kind of a matter of how deep into Zulakara do you need to go before you eventually find these Zephyrhawk. That could be another 1 to 5 days. I guess to answer your question fully, you would need to, somebody who is from there, either Fetch or Sketch or both of you, give me a nature check, or maybe a survival check, or some sort of relevant spirit check, or elemental check, to get an idea for, where you are actually going to find some of these Zephyrhawks, what you know about Zephyrhawks.
Can I help with my book?
Yeah,
Wrong
absolutely.
skill,
Absolutely. If you take 10 minutes and help look it up.
Actually, so important question. Do we level up and at night or in the morning?
I'm going to say that you guys level up overnight. It's a gradual process. You can kind of use your new stats if you want to. It's fine.
That's a
Okay, I was just
23.
gonna refresh this roll.
That kind of brings me to my second question that I had. Aside from how long this journey takes, how long has it been Since we did we spend 3 days, 4 days at camp, or is this like the next night we're leaving?
What a great question. Let's find out. I think, let's see.
Just essentially trying to figure out how much downtime has passed and how much is going to be travel time.
Oh, the stream can't see the simple calendar. That's fine. It doesn't matter. Today is the 5th. Notes.
Becky,
What happened today?
Can't just replace your ums with laser sounds. It's not
I can and I will. How dare you? Let's investigate Alcazar. This is the same day that you guys did your mission. You're settling in, you got paid, you split loot. They are talking about people turning around and going straight out in the morning, but if you needed to take a day or two, you're, like on a 12-day trip, it doesn't matter if you spend one more day in camp. They don't really care that much.
No, I'm good to just go right away. I just was curious if you had factored in a bunch of time for downtime. I was just going to say that maybe I spent some time reading that book too, but it's not a priority for me at all. I probably spent all that was left of this day working with Bill on copying Haste down.
Right. Branch, what's up?
2 things. One, do I know about any, Gerald's discount caravans and hooker stores from living here my entire life?
Almost certainly. Give me a society check. You probably used a similar service when you just traveled back and forth for your opening mission.
Yep.
While you're rolling that, before I forget, let me jump back and get the nature check from Fetch and Sketch.
And then can I just throw one in there? I get a +1 with my book.
Yes.
Would lore elementals be better?
Yeah,
then?
absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
Unless one of them wants to use my book instead. Can they read?
Do you guys speak common?
Yes.
I'll leave it up to you if you are literate. I assume you probably are.
I can probably flip to the page and find the page for them, and then.
I'm literate. I can do it myself.
Yeah.
Okay, then you can
Okay.
use it. If you use it, you get a +1 to your
Okay.
check.
Cool. Well, let's try this then.
Arcana would be a long shot, but you might get something with a very high
Damn,
roll.
that sucks. I'm going to use my hero point because that was bad.
Perfect.
Can I do a cult?
Ooh!
Much better.
Much like Arcana, you could potentially get something with a really high occultism check. Much like Arcana, it's going to be more about what uses this to casting magic, rather than where do these elementals live.
And I didn't add the +1 for my book, so 24.
God damn, guys, 24s across the board. So we have three 24s, 2 of which are
Where
long
might be a
shots.
25 because I have a +1?
Perfect.
Yeah.
And a 25 on a lore skill, which has a much lower DC. This is extremely up Sketch's alley. Let's start with Jane and Baby Boy first. Zephyrhawks are kind of a notorious wind elemental. They typically have a lot of wind and a little bit of lightning-based magic. They tend to exhibit a lot of the most common traits of air elementals. They like to be free, they like to travel a lot, they like to move and regularly rotate where they're at. As a result, it's hard to find places where they permanently roost. They move all the time. And because they're elementals, they don't have a typical breeding schedule like real birds do. They typically reproduce through the either elementalish sort of budding process, or they just come in through portals and grow stronger as they absorb more elemental energy. With that said, you would know that they are often harvested for their down, which is useful for a lot of rituals that involve communication, transportation, wind magic, things like that. Even on your 24s with the Arcana and Cultism, no idea where specifically in Zulakara you would find them. You know that is probably a good place to look because it has a lot of elementals, but actually tracking them down, not really your specialty. Sketch, you know a tremendous amount of this, not just because of your background and because you're good at elementals, but also because your mother's familiar was a young Zephyrhawk, and she taught you a tremendous amount about it as she was kind of raising you and growing you up to learn about spirit weaving. She explained to you that they travel very often, but they tend to take rests in the places where wind is high, and she taught you that wind is often high in the west side of mountain passes. Places where the wind is kind of forced through a narrow place and then it gusts out into sort of a sundowner down the side of the mountain. So in other words, if you can find a couple of tall peaks or a mountain that has a pass that cuts through it, you would just need to check out the west side of that and you would almost certainly find some. That brings you to the next problem, though. Zulakara is constantly shifting. Who knows where the mountains are? It's not like a day-by-day sort of thing, but it is a month-by-month sort of thing that mountains literally rise and fall. So in order to find out, you would probably need to do a little bit of tracking and reconnaissance, whether literally by just exploring the land on foot, or more reasonably, finding a bunch of people in Zulakara who are up to date on their geographical information and ask them, hey, where are mountains right now? Where can we find mountains?
Okay, so first things first, we'll need to find some mountains. They should be near that. They like hiding in the areas where the wind blows through, so we could find 2 mountains near each other. That'd be cool. Be a good place to start anyway.
Shouldn't be too hard. Looks like there's a mountain range right on the northern end of Zulukara. My voice is kind of fucked from a cold, so sorry for my weird Jane voice right now.
Mine too.
Same. Yeah, that should work. We'll be coming in from the west anyway, so that's perfect.
Y'all got? Any of you know how we're gonna get there?
I just assumed we were walking, but there are probably better ways to do that.
I ain't recommend that. I know this like kind of seedy but reliable caravan place. For 5 extra gold on top of the whatever you give them, they can give you like a in-house entertainer. The kind that takes their clothes off though. So I ain't thinking we want that right now.
No.
No? All right.
No, not this time.
Gotcha. I do know of a place where we can get caravans with my 20, right?
Absolutely, you do. And you probably do know that some of them probably have shady side businesses where you could also line up prostitutes if that's what you're looking for. You also know 5 gold is about $2,500 which is a very expensive night.
Well, yeah. It's usually a thing that the ones that actually do have like that service kind of come a bit more armored just to keep their products.
Okay.
Yeah. So we could just get them without the fucking bonus on the side, and then
fucking battle whores. Let's go. Incredible.
Wonderful.
Let's see. There was somebody else who was about to do. Oh, you had a second thing, right, Branch?
Yeah. At some point in the night, while everyone else is preparing or whatever, I do want to like procure a piece of paper on fucking writing implements and like a letter thing, probably somewhere around here.
Easy enough. Yeah.
And I would like to write on it. And Branch, despite working as an Edge's for 7 years, still like one of the things he probably never got really good at was handwriting, so I'm gonna make a dexterity check.
Oh no!
Do you mean hand lefting?
Hey,
got him.
Got the fucking
got him.
Dexterity. Where's the fucking skills page? Oh my god.
So so this is a thing that I still need to set up. I don't know if there's a way to make just a raw dexterity check. Just give me a thievery check is probably the closest thing.
All right. Oh,
hey, look at this guy.
It's calligraphy.
Yeah.
Just, I stare down at the fucking page and give it a little smooch because of how good it looks. Anyway, the note basically says, I guess in normal handwriting, Famador isn't safe. Take mom and dad and go in Menko, if Menko is the language, right?
Yeah, yep.
So that just in case something happens. And then I take the parchment, put it in a letter with the 1 platinum piece I still have left and 5 more gold.
Okay.
Seal it. And in the morning, I guess or if he's still up, I want to go talk to Finn.
He is, and we will, if you're doing it in the morning, I'll wait until we get to morning, which is probably any second now, just in case.
When we left off last time, I thought it was like we left off in the morning.
We did, and you guys have had a day for the record, you guys have had a day to heal, to rest, to relax. I know some of you were copying spells. There probably would actually be a trip into town, so let me bump it back. It's about noon, and if you want to have Finn just take it out today, he's going to head out today to do that.
Yeah, I'll have Finn take it. Yeah, I'll have Finn take it as soon as I can.
Okay.
I tell him like, yo, can I ask a favor?
Yeah. Yo, sure. Yeah. What do you want?
Wow, Jerry today, aren't we?
Always.
Okay. You heading into town at any point?
Boy, I was thinking about it, but apparently there's a church on fire, and
Well, I'm very familiar with that. That's why I ain't going myself.
I see you're looking for an errand boy.
Uh-huh. And I just pull out the letter and hand it to him.
Who's this going to?
I'll just tell him an address. And if that address ain't good, there's a spot nearby that I'd like him to take it to. Just like leave it in like a nook behind the house or something like that.
Understood. As a meta note, and I'm going to be careful not to say too much here, in your letter it said, take mom and dad and get out.
Yeah.
Does that mean it is addressed to who I think it is addressed to?
Yeah.
You haven't seen them in years.
I haven't seen my mom and dad in years either, right?
That's also kind of true, I suppose. Okay, this is fair. This makes a lot of sense. All right, interesting. Okay, perfect. All right, fine. No promises, but if I go into town, I'll see what I can do.
I appreciate it. Just give him like a pat on the shoulder and be like, I'll see you if I get back from Zuakara, I guess.
Yeah, good luck out there. I mean, you tried to punch me, but I don't want you to fucking die out there. You're potentially useful to us.
Potentially.
Potentially. Don't die out
All
there.
right. Sure. You're potentially useful for me. Don't fuck this up.
Cool. We understand each other.
Yeah. Later.
And he takes it, and as you're starting to walk off, he does kind of call out behind you. Should I not look at this?
I'd appreciate it. I think I think most people would say that you probably shouldn't look at the mail addressed to another person.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
And he stuffs it into a little pouch.
Yeah. Okay. Can I turn back to see if he immediately takes it out? Or
Give me a perception
glance at
check. Yeah. I just forgot. I forgot to upload. Okay, I'm going to frantically upload a thing for later. I'm glad I remembered it now.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast. 15?
Gotta go
It
fast.
looks like he just stuffs it into a pouch and kind of goes back to talking to Darwin.
Mm-hmm. All right. That's it. I guess I just head back to wherever everyone else is chatting or whatever.
Is anyone else doing anything the day before you guys take off? Are you doing any shopping, any prep? I know that Jane was talking about copying spells.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm gonna
that's-
go get more puppets for a new teammate. And then I'm gonna commission that droid that I talked to you about.
Awesome.
I'll give you details on it later. And then I'll probably spend the rest of the day just like hanging out with Mayor. Mayor can talk today, and it's probably really jarring for a lot of people. And we're just like hanging out, and it becomes very obvious that like they talk a lot when they're just normally hanging out, and you can kind of see Mayor like rippling, and they're just using telepathy. But like right now, they're like Mayor, very systematically like 30 degrees to your right, 10 meters.
Yeah,
And
it's
we're
very-
I'll like walk over, and there'll be like a bug over there, and they'll both be like looking at the bug, and they'll start talking very scientifically about this bug.
It's very like analytical, mathematical style that is wildly different from Baby Boy's normal timbre and tone. Very, very like precise, very methodical, which is a little different from how I initially did it. But I like it's override the things that I did. This makes way more sense. And if anybody wants to try to talk to Mayor, that is an option that you have.
I think this was the morning that I spoke with Mayor.
I
So
think it is. I think this is where Mayor
Yeah, this
tried
is that
to explain some things.
yeah.
Before we move on to the next thing real quick, I do have to ask, Baby Boy, are you yourself going into Famador right now to do this shopping?
Do I have to go into Famador to do the shopping?
If you want, what I'm asking is, are you trying to get somebody else to pick up these puppets and commission this jewelry for you? Or are you doing it?
Well, there was a church on fire, and I do look kind of the opposite of godly.
There's also like a kobold trying to tear its way out of your thigh.
If Baby Boy does want to pick up shit from Famador, I do tell him that he's got something waiting for him at the Church of Amanala. but I ain't going back to get it, and probably I wouldn't recommend you go in anytime soon, baby.
You have something for me at the church that's on fire.
Not that church, different church. There's a lot of churches in Famador. Some of them nice, some of them are on fire, some of them in prison for you for 7 years.
Oh,
But it's just a surprise, a little thank you for accompanying me through Unma. I wanted it to be a surprise. I ought to tell you that it's here now because, to be frank, I ain't going back, and I kind of don't plan to for at least a little while.
Kind of just like stares down at you, but he's obviously like towers over you, and then his like tentacles like waggle happily. You got to be a present.
Yes, a present.
Oh.
Let's call it that.
Oh, I got to get you a present.
Your present was making sure I didn't die back in Unma. All right?
Oh no,
No?
no present.
Nope. Yeah, no present. You don't need to pay me back. I don't like being in a debt to anyone. All right?
That's a present. The present's no debt.
Wild concept.
So, out of the goodness of your own heart, you want to get something for me.
Aye. Friend, no?
Crazy fucking concept. Never heard of anything like that in my life. But sure, if you want. Hey, what have you been doing? What's that? Your orb is vibrating a bit more than usual.
Oh, that's mad. He can talk today.
He can talk today.
Oh, aye.
I can't. Can you say something right now?
Kind of like looks up at Marimir. Kind of like he seems a little bit bashful. Like now that all the attention's on him, he's like, hello. But like, and as he says that, like you just feel like this rumbling into like your entire being as like space ripples as he talks.
Whoa.
Branch, I don't know if you've ever experienced telepathy, and this is not telepathy. The voice is coming out loud. But there is kind of just this bizarre undertone that hits your brainstem in a weird way. Like, there clearly feels like there is some sort of supernatural magic going on with this speech.
Yeah, Branch clutches his head a little after that. It's like, has he been sentient this whole time?
Aye.
Alive and all that? Listening in on everything we do?
Oh, no.
Headache.
Yeah, that's why he don't talk very much.
Oh, must be a lonely fucking existence.
We usually have telepathy.
All right. Yeah. Not much else to say other than that thing's fucking weird, and should probably learn how to be a bit more private when it's around. Having your best friend taped to you in your entire life probably doesn't seem that. Yeah,
Oh, he likes it.
you like it?
Yeah, I get to see lots of things.
All right. Hey, if you're cool with BB, you're cool with me. All right, you're my bro orb. And I would reach up to like fist bump the orb.
You do feel like something push against your when you do it. You feel like a little bump back.
Nice. All right.
And he just kind of stares really deeply at you now.
Okay.
It's like having the Eye of Sauron on you.
This is one of the weirdest fucking things I've ever seen. All right. You never cease to surprise me. I'm gonna go and do something else now.
Okay. Do I feel? I know that I had some issues with going into the city last time. Do I feel like
did.
I would not this time?
If anything, it's going to be worse. The city is on high alert. Their biggest temple of the ruling, occupying force was burned down. It seems like a bad time to push your luck. There is no outright law that says if you look weird, you can't be in the city. But there is plenty of history of the Cyrilo guards, really throwing their weight around when they're mad, and they are mad right now.
Hey.
Branch would be able to tell you that it's probably unwise.
Is anyone safe to go into the city?
Elves, Cyrilo people who are very, bootlickers. Bootlickers are safe to go in there.
Hold
So no
on.
one in our party.
I got it. Baby, you really want to go into the city soon?
Why? I wanted to get the puppets, and then I needed to get a commission.
Branch starts speaking Cyrillian for a little bit. Again, they know my face a little bit, but I've known to cover. know how to cover up, and I can look real I experience licking boots.
Is that the euphemism?
Yes,
boy.
I don't
like-
lick boots in real life. Okay,
When I lick something, everybody freaks out. He licks boots, nobody cares.
Do you think you can get me puppets of them too?
of them,
Aye.
you
In the party, I need the puppets of them.
the party. Okay, like everyone here, everyone left.
Oh, did those two?
Just those two.
Oh, I got one of you and then one of Jane. He pulls out one of you and one of Jane.
Sure. I might say I ain't going alone. I might want to take someone with me.
You can
Maybe
take Mare.
I don't think Bear would help me look more inconspicuous.
Oh, aye.
I mean, humans are basically elves, but with less pointy ears, right? She's your friend, right? You can trust her, Jane.
Oh, I hope so. I hope we're friends. Jane, are we friends?
I'm sorry, I had my headset off there for just a second. I missed the context.
With no context, baby,
I do-
if you're friends.
Yes, I think so.
You want to go in the city with me to pick him up a gift?
She looks down at her spell book where she's like across from Bill Grimm talking about this haste spell. Says, I
Oh, she's busy.
kind of have some stuff to do. Is it important? Is it something we need for our travels?
No,
I'm sure he'll
more
say
if I
we
want.
need it.
If you, so for the record, Bill is at the table with Narafi and Jane, and they all appear to be sort of discussing spells. It appears that Narafi has also asked, hey, can I copy some of your spells? Finn is in there just kind of chilling at the table next to Bill. And when, Branch, when you talk about going into the city to do some things, he gives you just like the blankest deadpan look. Like, really, now you're going into the city?
Excuse me if I wanted to see what the fallout looked like.
Would you like to take this, or should I still do it?
Who's Bill's talking?
No, Finn is talking.
Ben's talking.
Isn't
I-
it supposed to-
I mean,
to take the letter?
I'll do it if you want, but I thought you weren't going in there.
It's lower Famador and all that, you know. It's a bit deeper in than the churches on the outskirts. You know?
Ah, right. Understood.
I also need to find a jeweler.
Well, that's going to be an Upper Famador for sure.
Yeah.
It can wait.
Actually, Finn.
Yeah. Oh, gods above. Okay, yeah, I get it. Sure. What am I doing now?
Could you do me a favor? I'll give you some coppers, silvers, golds.
Give me a persuasion check. Or a diplomacy check. Sure. Give me a copper piece and I'll do it.
Oh, I'll give you two.
Oh, that's very generous.
Well, one for me, one for Mare.
Alright, what am I doing?
I did puppets of Fetch and Sketch,
Puppets, like puppets.
and then he like pulls out the other puppets like these.
Like,
Oh, and
those are kind of cute, actually.
I'll
you do
hand
those?
him the. Oh no, it was the people in the Diras las Morte. Is that close? Was that close?
Tell him where, so baby.
Ah!
Oh, okay, alright, yeah. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. They do a whole lot of shows and stuff.
I'll like give him the one of what's the guy's name? Hopper?
Yeah, Hopper.
Oh my god, I'm on a roll. Okay.
Truly.
1 for 2 on a
Who are you and where did Lush go?
I'll hate in that one. That would they have like an example for like the style, because I can't have the puppets all not matching, you know.
Right, of course, of course.
And then I'll like scribble out, and I'll like send you the information for it, just like
Sure.
and give Tim 10 gold for like the down payment of some jewelry I want to commission.
Okay. Alright, this is not quite what I was expecting, but at this point I'm intrigued. Sure. Is that it?
He's got a gift waiting for him at the Church of Alvanala.
That might be tricky. What kind of gift are we talking about?
No, just something that I put a down payment on.
Is it fully paid off?
Yep. Completely.
It's under the name... Baby
Burley.
Boy? Burley.
Yep.
Alright. Sure, alright. I'll see what I can do. No promises. That's gonna be one of those read the room kind of things where the room is whether there are Cyrilo guards in the streets.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know how to sneak around, right?
I do, but it's harder to sneak around when you're trying to be seen by a member of the temple. I'll do what I can. Just no promises.
Well, if things go wrong, you can always ask Robert at the Temple of Avanala for maybe a cover. Tell him you know me. He'll probably help you.
Give me a deception check.
Tell him you know Burley, not Branch, actually.
Sure. Again, no promises. If shit hits the fan, I'm running. But if I see Robert, I'll let him know that you sent me.
Well, you don't have to. He'll probably give you a place to hide if things get real bad.
Noted.
Okay.
All right. Puppet show. Pick up a delivery for Burley. Is that all? Deliver the letter.
Deliver the letter for Branch. Pick up the stuff for Burley. You should probably get a pen and paper. This is a lot to write down.
I have a decent memory.
There's 4 things, and then you gotta put on the commission for the jewelry.
A commission for the jewelry. What is that? What is the jewelry?
I already gave. He points to the letter, the 10 gold he gave you.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. I thought that was for the puppets.
No. I guess he could write a trip in for the puppets too.
All right.
But I'm assuming he knows what Fetch and Sketch look like since they're right there.
All right. I'm going to level with all of you. I'm going to do all of these things because we just met and I'm supposed to put on a really good impression for all of the new recruits. Please don't get used to using me as like a courier. This is not what I'm good at.
Atta boy. Again, pat him on the shoulder and be like, you're doing wonders for raising morale around here. You're real good at taking care of us all.
Yep, that's my job. That's the thing I'm good at. Raising morale. That's why they keep me around.
This poor man.
Jane will just look over at Baby Boy and sorry, I know I kind of owe you one, but this is probably my last chance to get this spell written down. If we're leaving tomorrow morning, I'm not sure we'd like to get it done before we go.
Oh, I know better to get to be seeing someone in a book. You do sense a little bit of some sarcasm in that.
This role was made for you, Lucia.
It was.
Character to just ramble out as many words as fast as you can. It really is a perfect fit.
I kid you not. In high school, I was really bad to the point when I would meet new people, they literally would not understand what I was saying, and my friends would be like, "You just get used to it."
It's perfect. You do, for the record, you do get used to it. I have become better at listening to fast words because of our friendship, which I treasure.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not as bad as you. I used to be as bad as I am when I'm being Baby Boy all the time. I was just so excited all the time.
Branch just looks at Jane, then looks at Baby Boy, then shrugs in solidarity back at her. Probably known him the longest.
Right. I think probably so. She will again nod in solidarity back at Branch. I don't think she's even said hello to Branch yet, but we'll get to that
someday.
Eventually.
Are you done prepping now?
Who, me?
Yes.
Yes, if everybody has kind of put in for their orders, Finn is going to eventually finish his drink, and he's going to go talk to Darbin for a bit, and then he will slink off towards the town to take care of everybody's business.
I'm just going to pass him on the way back into the tent for Darbin.
You find that Darbin is up over by the fire. He is basically caught up in telling a grand story to Hopper, who is listening raptly, writing as fast as he can as he tells this story. And there's a bunch of other guildies that have kind of come around to listen to it. And the story frequently wanders all over the place. He's the sort of storyteller who goes off on tangent after tangent and eventually wraps it all up. But by the end of the story, you've heard 3 stories. And you can tell also that he has had a little bit to drink, even though it is about noon. His cheeks are a little bit flushed, and he's laughing a little louder at his own jokes than he probably should, but it seems that everyone is having a good time.
Yeah. In my tribe, storytellers are greatly respected.
Where are you from? I don't think that we've spoken very much yet.
Zulukara.
Oh, right, but your tribe, your specific clan. What? There are many, yes.
Oh, it's been like 2 months. I'm not gonna remember that.
The Karuki clan.
Yeah, Karuki.
Oh, I don't think that I've heard of them. What are they like?
You know, same thing. Everybody, you know, fish, beef.
Oh, to eat. I understand. I get it. Right. Well, I heard that you guys are taking up the mission to head back down to Zulakar. Perhaps you'll see them.
We'll see nothing but war and death.
I hope that's not the case. I assume that's what brought you up here in the first place, and you do see that his expression goes a little more stern.
Yeah, I think so.
I've not been down that way in quite a long time. Something on the order of almost 20 years now, but I've heard that the coasts are essentially lost to the Azantics. I hate to think what might have forced you in this direction if you've chosen the Garden of Eden as your safe refuge.
I'm just trying to track down some kidnapped family members.
Oh, well, this all makes sense. So you're going to get the Zephyrhawk down to get the Murmury back online so you can speak to them.
Yep.
Dang, Darwin, you're so smart.
I occasionally figure a thing or two out. Anyway, good luck on your mission. I hope you do well. If you don't, we'll have to send some other people to do that, and we wouldn't want that, would we?
No, So yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the good of my people. That's a noble and honorable pursuit. Does that? Do you agree?
He kind of laughs, and he puts a big hand on your shoulder and kind of claps your back a little bit. It is, but you're doing it for yourself, and there's nothing wrong with that. Many good things happen because people find that what is best for them is also best for the people around them. That's why cooperation works. I really do hope that you succeed, not just for my purposes, but for yours as well.
If I was doing it for myself, I would leave Zulukara like the others and stay out forever.
I assume that you're in a little too deep at this point. They've got their hooks in you.
No, you've read me incredibly wrong, Darwin.
Ah, damn. If only we were a thing.
No, only a crazy person would try to save Zulukara at this stage.
Really?
I
You don't think
so.
it could be saved?
No. I think it could be somewhat saved. But the Zulukara that would remain is not going to be the same Zulukara that was there to begin with. It won't be recognizable. We'll be saving the land, but not the people. Too late for them.
I'm very sorry to hear that. There are a lot of things going on in the world, but problems that are bigger than us, but I'd like to help if we get to that point. If it's even possible. Is it really that bad?
You're not obligated to help my people.
Well, of course I'm not, but
No, you can help me, though.
they are my people too.
Oh, you're from Zulukara.
He nods. It's been 20 years or so, but they were my people. They're still my people.
Speaking of Ziki.
He does. And he actually, he'll switch over to Cheeky for you. I came from a place far to the east, almost to the desert. It was, at the time, a big plateau. And you could see for miles and miles.
Do you live on the Landstrider?
No, the Serchun. I had been there once or twice. It's been a very long time. Is she still okay?
I don't know. It's always been my dream to see it, but I never have.
Well, if you're lucky, maybe you will.
Well, I've seen it, but
Never
only
been.
from a great distance.
It's very tall. I have to admit, I'm not normally afraid of heights, but it is very tall.
What are you doing later?
Probably telling more stories. And he looks back over to Hopper and the rest, and he continues his story. So there I was. Barbecue sauce all over my titties.
What you might need... Hold on.
Catch his tongue.
You might need, more stories to tell, right? Everybody, if you tell a story, you need new ones.
Of course, that's one of the reasons that I do love this. It's a lesser reason. I usually do it out of necessity, but the stories are a nice thing to collect along the way.
Yeah, true. You should make new stories.
I agree.
With me. Let's go.
Oh, well, if you'd like to sign up to help clear the academy, that's what we're doing.
Oh, Darvin.
Anybody else have any midday business until we get to evening? Copying spells, I think we're pretty close to good to wrapping up. Alright. Towards the evening, the sun sets. Finn eventually arrives.
Hey, sorry, really quick.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I just realized I did want to ask something.
Yeah.
And I know Frisk isn't here, but just sitting with Narafi as we're both copying spells off of Bill.
Yes.
Can I get a sense for like what kind of caster he is? Like what sort of what's his shit?
Sure. I have to be careful here. I don't think this is.
So if you don't want to answer that until he's here, it's totally fine with me. I don't want to.
I don't think this is something he's guarded about, but I'm going to be a little conservative just in case.
Yeah.
Give me a perception check or an arcana check. Either one is fine. Perception, honestly, might be a little more useful, but arcana will rule out what he's not.
So if anything, like arcana is certainly how Jane is approaching it. It's not even that she's like trying to get a read on Narafi or even like look at what he's doing. It's more like what spells does he take from Bill, and does that imply anything to her arcana-wise?
Understood. You can certainly tell with your arcana check that he is not, and this might actually just be wrong. I would get first to confirm this, because I'm still learning how all these different classes work. It's my understanding that he is not actually copying spells into a spell book. He is just getting scrolls made. And as you spend a little more time, it becomes clear to you that he has... It's not that he is a spellcaster. It seems that he's very adept at using magical items. He has a collection of things that he has become proficient with using. He himself doesn't really do a lot of magic, but he is adept at... he has a collection of artifacts, essentially. He's got this chalice that he carries everywhere with him. He has a pendant. He has a collection of scrolls. And he essentially has mastered the art of quickly grabbing something magical, understanding how it works, and exploiting it to its fullest effect. It seems that he is almost kind of like a hobnobber of magical goods.
Understood. That makes sense. Obviously, Frisk isn't here, but at some point during their little afternoon with Graham, she definitely is just like, "Oh, so you're the only other sane person here." That's
yeah.
We'll talk about that later.
Exactly. We can probably have that conversation at some point. You do definitely get the vibe that, like, he is very... In fact, give me a perception check real quick. Again, I don't want to put too many words in his mouth, but I think I can at least drop a couple of personality notes.
Is this insight?
It is, yeah. Um, 17 is decent. He's very quiet. He's very reserved. He seems very level-headed. He seems oddly comfortable over here with the other former guild members. And the impression that you get from that is he's used to an organized environment. He may even be used to be like a military sort of environment or something like that. He's very collected, very methodical, very, for lack of a better term, lawful. You're not sure if he actually has personal beliefs like that, but he certainly understands how to work well in a team.
Makes sense.
He meshes well with that.
Cool.
All right. Finn arrives. Let's see how each of these things went.
Yeah, he wasn't gone long.
He was. It was actually probably like a good 6 hours or so. We just kind of fast forwarded a bit.
Oh, you fast forwarded through me getting Darvin drunk.
For the record, that's not hard. He's doing that on his own. If you just want to kind of chill and hang out with Darvin, get drunk with them, that's absolutely what he is interested in doing today. Today is kind of like the big celebration day for a job well done. And he continues to tell stories, and if you want, he's happy to hear stories of your conquests. He would love to know more about you and about Sketch and what brought you here.
Oh, yeah, but I tell him that all the stories I want to tell him are kind of private, so I'd have to tell him in his
Give me a diplomacy check.
Diplomacy? Why you gotta pick something I'm not good at?
I mean, unless you want to pitch me for something else. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I think it's control, Jane. It's either control or
I thought
alt
it
or
was alt.
shift. It's one of those three. 22 is good. Time passes, and he kind of gives you in the free, like, oh, I am going to finish a couple of these stories. Hopper here has promised to write some things down, and nobody's written them down yet, and I would like to get them written down, but maybe after dinner we can go have a little bit more of a quiet conversation if the two of you would like to.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. I am actually quite intrigued. I don't hear much news about the homeland, and if you're from there, and if you're recently from there, I have family back there that I'm very worried about. I'd love to know what's going on. I've only heard rumors that the seas are hostile and that hopefully they won't push too far inland.
Really.
I'd also like to hear more about home at some point.
Oh, that's right. The two of you were looking for each other. You guys just met effectively?
It's been like, what, 24 hours maybe?
Well, you know what that means, right?
What?
It's time for another one of these, and he holds out 3 shot glasses.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's see how each of these went.
Oh no, do I have to roll something?
No,
Drunk?
sorry.
Oh, okay.
Finn gets back and I'm figuring out how his missions went. Good. Oh my god, he rolled really high across the board, except for that 8. Well, that's not great. It's pretty strong. Whatever he's drinking, pretty strong.
Whew.
It's fine as long as Fetch stays sober.
Mm.
Oh, Fetch doesn't like. He thinks it tastes like medicine.
That's just really terrific news for me.
Okay. Puppets, good. I put in a down payment. They're not going to be done until like 2 or 3 days from now. They'll be ready when you're back. Jewelry, gonna take about a week. They'll be ready when you get back. Oh,
The down payment was for the jewelry, not the puppets. The puppets, I just went in and just gave them the 2 silver or 2 copper.
Right. Importantly, unless you're buying raw materials, they do have to make the puppet, and that will take them a couple days.
Yeah, I can't make puppets.
Okay.
A couple days to make puppets?
A couple days to make puppets. They have other customers.
Would lore circus apply to making puppets?
Absolutely, it would.
Hell yes.
Of course it would. Do you have crafting as well?
Yes, I do. I just got to this level, so I can do that.
It doesn't just apply to puppets. You're good at making puppets.
Okay.
Yeah, you can make puppets of you and your brother.
Yeah. If
Okay.
you would, I don't know. I mean, if you guys had talked that through ahead of time, I feel like you could get.
Yeah, I had all the supply. I bought a whole bunch of extra supplies
Sure.
when we were at the dead city.
Okay.
I'm not going to remember the name of it. The Morte. Yes.
Delaware.
Delaware.
Though.
It's okay. You got Hopper.
Listen, I got Hopper right.
Yeah, you got Hopper right. That's fine.
The one that is truly just a description of what that animal does. Got that one right.
You get Jane right.
I
Consistently.
can't remember.
I get
the
Jane
words,
right
but
every
I can
time.
remember the cow says moo.
The cow says moo. Let's see. Jewelry, down payment made. Gonna take a week or so. It should be ready by the time you get back.
I do give Sketch 2 copper for making me puppets
Hell
out
yeah.
of my
Wow.
own puppet stuff.
I'm making so much money.
$10
Tell me
for an
about
after
it.
you
I mean,
work.
if
It's
you
great, right?
if you don't want the money, I can give you more.
Oh no, that's fine. I was just kidding. You weren't supposed to hear that. That was meta commentary.
I hear all the meta.
Christ, this is problematic.
Sketch, go ahead and give me your choice of crafting or puppet lore. I'm going to apply your Earth Circuit lore to it, no matter which one you pick.
You wanted to do it was crafting or what?
Either crafting or circus lore, either one is fine.
Yeah, they're both +6, but I have crafting, so I'll do it anyway.
God
Oh, wow.
damn,
Hell
god damn. They are, not only are they great, they're great and they perfectly match the style of the ones made in Delaware. So it is seamless. It could have been made by the same person. And that takes you a good part of the day. It's probably like a good 3 or 4 hour process. But you kill it. It becomes very clear to you, Fetch, as you're watching this. In the time that you've been apart from your brother, he has gotten oddly good at making puppets. like really good at making puppets.
Don't make it weird.
I guess I should try them. I should try them out. I'll pull them out and be like, "Oh, look, I can make puppets. Oh, Donovan."
That's pretty good. You did pretty good.
I didn't care much about you guys actually.
Wow, you've done this for a couple of days. That was quick.
I said I didn't care.
You what?
I didn't care.
It means he doesn't know.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I had no clue what was going on.
It took me a minute to figure some of the little nuances out.
Always smiling and nodding usually is the correct response.
That's fair, but like when you need to respond, what if I'm agreeing to something that, like, is important?
It usually works out in your favor, weirdly enough.
Okay.
You could do follow-up questions.
That's fair. Okay, I'll try that. So you don't know very much about us. Okay, that's true. Yeah.
Other than you work from the circus.
Just me. He's not from the circus.
Oh,
Right.
So it kidnapped you?
No, not exactly.
Oh, wait, you're from the circus?
Yes. Yeah,
Madam
that's probably was before this. Madam Monarchs. Yeah.
Oh, I know about them. Huh. You met anyone named Hong there?
No check required. Absolutely. Hong, let me pull his token out. Beep, 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 beep. Forgot this was a thing. Forgot this was going to happen. I don't know if I even made a token for him yet. Let me just upload his art real quick. Tokens. NPC.
Wow, how could you not be prepared for this exact moment?
It's wild,
That was
right?
it?
Absolutely wild. Here we go. New. Hong.
Yeah, no. The Madam Monarchs used to come around Famador like once a year. Some of the best entertainment since, I don't know, Three Fruits Eddie. It is real neat, but haven't gotten to see them in a while, actually.
Oh, what kind of shows they have? What type
Just
of
neat little performances, some people have decried them being a bit offensive and stuff like that, but you can vouch that they're a bit entertaining, right?
Yeah, that's a good show. But they all work pretty hard. I mean,
Yeah.
There's the animal shows. There's the acrobatic shows. There's probably some magic, I assume. But
I thought you said you worked for the.
I did, but I don't remember already. I'm blocking it out a little bit.
Oh, was it bad?
I mean, it's still enslavement, even if they say they're going to let you go. But if they never let you go and you are never given a timeline, it's just,
So they buy you. You're a slave of them.
Yeah. Prisoner of war bought by a mining company. I didn't do what he wanted me to do. Then the circus came and they bought out my contract or something. No, wait. No, they wrote the contract after they bought me because at that point I was just an object, but they said it was a contract.
You have the contract.
No. I think it probably burned. So that's a plus.
Hell yeah, man. Fucking let that shit up before you left. Good on you. Yeah, I know about fucking indentured servitude, or I think that's the polite.
I think that's the polite way, quote unquote, to say it. Yeah.
Oh, whatever. Well,
but yeah, I knew Hong. I don't see his art still.
Hong Manuel was a dancer. He was very acrobatic. He did essentially breakdancing. He was very snappy. He was very clever. He was very streetwise. He was fun. He was funny. Had a good sense of humor. You would know that he had kind of a bad left ankle. It gave him a lot of trouble from time to time. Apparently had an injury earlier in life that still gives him trouble occasionally. He's still with the circus. He still does backs for the circus. He was a Harengon. I usually kept a little bit of a light mane back in a... It's too big for a rat tail, too small for a ponytail. Whatever the middle is there.
Okay, like a weird poof.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. Yeah, I know Hung. He was a dancer too. We didn't really incorporate our dances very much because they, are very different. And, they had different costumes at different times. And yeah, he was nice.
Did he do something? He did shit on the lines of this? Just like, yeah, Branch does what he's doing in
Hell
the
yeah.
token.
Give
Just
me
like,
Oh, yeah.
a performance check.
format.
Mare starts like thrumming really loudly and giving you a beat.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh, you look like him on one of his bad days when his ankle gave out. Yeah, that's perfect.
Fuck. And yeah, can I describe what happens, or do you?
Oh, you can do that. Yeah, go for it.
Tell me.
Yeah, Branch will start like thinking about how him and Hong used to do street
Hell
performances.
yeah, great minds.
And when that happens, he goes back to one of their old ones and tries to use his like other arm for leverage and fucking face plant.
Just eat it.
Yeah.
Oh,
can't do that one anymore, I guess. Shit. Looking a bit like ashamed, he fucking gets back up and like sits down and takes a cigarette into his mouth.
I feel like people pay money to watch that.
Tell me about it. Yeah, we had a thing going on though. It was like fake fighting almost. We pretended we were going at each other, intentionally missing each other, and all that. Because lower family or everyone's trying to make it big with a performance, but no one's really unique enough to actually stand out. I can confidently say, actually had something going for us. Adventure craze. Everyone loves seeing fights. Why not show them like a rehearsed practice fight instead of like, the fucking skirmishes you see jackasses doing occasionally. The ones that I had to drive to the drunk tank. But whatever. Those days are gone. Can't say they ever started for me, but Hong got out. Got a pretty good deal from what I heard, from what I'm hearing right now.
it's not the worst thing. It's just not what I wanted.
Boy.
There are people who are very happy there. The face painter lady, nicest lady in the world. Loves it there. Been there forever. Probably going to be there till she croaks.
Well, again, glad you got out.
Yeah, thanks.
Thought he was dead for years.
Man crafts the shackle, man holds the key, It's all in you, right? It's all in you.
Yeah, I'll get enough money. It'll happen eventually.
You'll get enough money?
To go buy my contract out.
You burned that shit. Don't exist anymore.
Well, it might still be there. I don't know what all the weird the Madame Marnart grabbed before she left. If she left. I'm assuming she didn't die.
Didn't die.
I'm also pretty sure that just burning a physical contract doesn't end the legal agreement that it represents.
So does, for the record, Branch, a monk of the Church of Law. Yeah.
Listen, I've seen these entertainment companies before. You think they make copies of that shit? They're too busy rehearsing their dances.
Fucking Charlie Day stuffing contracts down his throat.
Listen, if he's out, then he's out. I know we might have a legal obligation to turn him back, but I ain't no fucking snitch, and I ain't working for the Edge Sites anymore.
It's at this point that Finn comes over and says, "No, you sure aren't. I have good news, bad news, and worse news. Which order do you want it?"
Give me just say it in that order.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good news, letter was delivered. Somebody was there. Sweet old lady. I assume you know her.
All right.
Bad news, the Temple of Avanalo was swarmed. I wasn't able to do whatever it was there. I wasn't able to pick up the gift for Burleigh. And he kind of starts to ruffle around in his pouch and pulls out several parchments. Worst news, these are all over the city, and I figured that you would probably want to know.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Oh,
Bradley. Sorry. That's not Jane, that's me.
It's not Jane.
Jane.
Fucking Bradley.
Branch, your
Jane-
name is Bradley?
Give me that. Just fucking takes and shoves into his mouth.
Dear God, he's worth like, what, 5 times as much as
everyone
the other
else.
6 times as
Seems
much
a
as
lot.
one person.
All
the fruit guy. The fruit guy's not even on here.
all Branch does is look at the fucking bottom right one and just like
He
where-
winces.
these are everywhere.
Oh, everywhere, plastered. The whole place is up with them. Every wanted
Fuck.
board, every corner, every street.
Friday Mountain. Do I know how many of these do I know?
You know all of them, some better than others. You know Reg and you know Ave. Friday is the one that you know the least well, but you do know that she was on the shadier side of things. She would occasionally let people off for a bribe. She would occasionally not show up for work for a few days. You know that she kind of runs in that circle a little bit.
Yeah. Fuck. Well, at least you know they're. I know they're out there.
Is that your
You don't.
brother?
They're my someone. All right. They ain't important to me anymore, but I knew them before. And again, I guess I'll just take the one with Wince and pocket it also.
Understood.
Can I get an insight on whether or not
Absolutely.
this person matters to him?
Absolutely.
my other name instead of Sketch was going to be Flinch. So if we had Flinch and Wince, that would have also been kind of funny. So
True.
either way, I would have been fucked.
Oh, that's fun. Hard to get a read. Brash is always a little bit standoffish. So, Branch, you can respond however you like.
Okay.
You tell Jane what she senses when you say that.
I ain't seen them in a while. I ain't care to see them anytime soon. I just would rather not see their face on a piece of parchment. Right? Also, what kind of question is that? You think all lizard folk know each other?
I just assumed most people that have the same last name are related.
You guys do look very similar. You even have the feather thing going on. Like,
I didn't mean to pry. It's a sore subject. I just was curious.
I get it. All right. We're all here for a fucking reason. We don't want to be. We don't want to. Our past coming back to us. You know, I'm curious. Why are you here, actually?
Number of reasons. Not least of which, I'm looking for my magic teacher, Rita Connor. She used to be a part of this guild. It's missing.
Does that name sound familiar to me?
you can give me a very hard society check, or Arcana if you're trained.
Ain't trained.
It is very unlikely that you would know anything about Rita Connors.
I did work for do like small jobs for Landfall before, but
That's true. That's true. Oh, I'd forgotten that angle. Yeah, rings a bell. You would specifically remember that she was one of the people at Landfall who was the most kind and sweet and helpful to the young people that came looking for easy jobs. She was almost certainly the person who kind of like said, okay, be careful doing this. Don't risk your neck for this, right? I understand that you're in a tough place, which is why you're here. You're looking to make some money. But no amount of money, no amount of hunger, no amount of clothing, no amount of rent or mortgage is worth losing your neck over, okay? If you're in over your head, get back safe. We'll give you another job, I promise. Don't die for this. And she just had a very charitable attitude, especially towards you and towards the people that you were with, who were clearly in positions of financial trouble.
Connors, huh? I had a few interactions with her. She was nice. You picked a good one, I guess. Where's she now?
It was more her that picked me, honestly. I wish I knew where she was now. I was looking for her. I haven't seen her in a number of weeks. You haven't seen her recently, I take it.
Nah. Miss the old bat a little, though.
She smiles. So that makes two of us. I'm Jane, by the way. I'm sure I caught your name earlier, but I don't know if I've said hello.
Bradley. And Finn walks off.
Fucker.
I take it you prefer Branch.
Yeah, prefer Branch. Christ. Well, that's out of the bag now. Yeah, I prefer Branch, and if any of you call me Bradley, you fucking see my knee to your chin. Alright. I guess that's why we're going to Zulukara, huh? You're going to Zulukara, huh?
Yeah. Seems like being able to get a message out would be good, and well, 100 gold doesn't hurt, and honestly, any opportunity to just practice. And she looks on her lap where there's a blue book with the filigree on the cover that says the King's Ship. It's just an opportunity to practice my magic.
Nah,
Keep getting better.
you're one of those caster nerds, ain't you?
You could say that.
Do you know how to fight?
Not at all, no. I'm counting on you all for that. I can help a little. I've got some magic that make you move faster, or help you move in tandem, synchronize your timelines, that sort of thing, but I'm not a fighter.
Time.
Except in times of necessity, I suppose. And she looks down at her pistol on her hip.
Yeah.
That what Chrono Lassie means?
Yeah.
Hi, chrono means time, lassie, lady.
Nah.
Yeah. Time magic is my specialty.
Branch just pulls out a little notebook. He holds it in his mouth and writes down. It's like called Baby Boy Translation Ledger, and writes down Chrono Lassie.
Chrono Lassie equals Time Wizard.
All right.
Specifically, female Time Wizard, I assume.
Okay.
Hi.
Female Time Wizard. Okay, finally
What?
got that one sorted out.
Why did someone start calling you Branch?
Nickname. I was born with it. Thing that our family kind of had. Everyone had a nickname. If you want the actual explanation, Mama said that when I was younger, I'd extend my arms out more than most other babies she'd reared at her job as a nurse. Reminded her of like trees and shit, you know.
Oh,
Can't do that as well as I could anymore, but yeah. Little Branch.
I speak.
Well, why do they call you BB? Baby boy.
Oh, because I'm a baby boy.
How old are you?
This year. And then, like, Mayor speaks up. We decided you are 400 years old.
Christ.
Oh, we change every year. We always make it random. Last year, I was 62.
I'm gonna take a quick glance at the Time Wizard and see if she knows anything about this.
She like shakes her head and shrugs. She gives you a look of like, your guess is as good as mine. She doesn't seem to understand this dude any better. And actually, like, I don't know what the Branch's like insight is, but like, you've known Baby Boy longer than Jane has, honestly.
Yeah,
like,
that's actually true. Yeah, because you traveled with him through the desert and stuff.
You know Baby Boy better than anybody here.
I'm just gonna mouth to Jane. Keep practicing that Time Wizard stuff. Maybe you'll understand eventually, in a kind of like demeaning way. But
right.
Yeah. You're full of mysteries, guy. Never change.
Well, I try to be mysterious.
Doing pretty well at it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If there is no other business for the night except for fetch and sketch, or if you want to try to get them alone, fetch. After dinner, Finn and Darwin, or you could angle for just Darwin, are down to talk about your stories, your past, where you came from. In other words, dinner wraps up, and he says, so I was thinking of hanging out over to watch the sea for a bit. If you had some stories, I'd love to hear them.
I didn't prep any stories. What am I supposed to do?
This man, this good friend of mine wants to get in this married NPC's pants and doesn't have one story to tell.
After finding out that his thing is stories.
No, my pitch was let's make our own stories. Get on a little adventure.
He did say that.
That's true.
It's true.
Those are the words that you said. You don't actually have to sit here and tell me a story if you want. You can just say that Fetch does, and we can go from there.
Boo!
Okay,
Tell a story.
perfect. No, let's do it. Let's do it.
All right.
I've already got a skill program from last time.
So above the board, the DC to actually seduce this man is much, much higher than 20. I hate to break your heart. With that said, he has a really good time. You can tell that his tone shifts when he comes out and kind of looks out over the ocean on his own. And for a while, it's just him. He mentions that Finn will probably come out later, but he's going to finish up dinner and some other business. Just as a synopsis, what kind of story do you tell him? Is it a battle story? Is it a childhood story? What do you do to try to kind of win him over?
I think it's a survival story.
Ooh. Excellent. He kind of responds to that with something along the lines of, that was the one thing that I was never good at. I grew up surrounded by nature, on top of nature. It was all around me, but the things that always caught my attention were the things we made from it. The bits of metal we twisted, the leather that we scraped and treated. I like things. I like things, and nature has a lot of stuff, but not many things, if you catch my drift.
Oh, then I'll tell him a story about how we made clubs out of dino bones. That was cool. And that's a callback.
That is cool. Do you name your weapons?
Is that common in the culture?
It was common for us, but Zulukara has many cultures.
I think when he was a child, he definitely did.
For sure. If they came from dinosaur bones, they probably still have some of their latent memories, I guess. Again, I don't know much about magic, but it's my understanding that everything carries a little memory of where it came from.
Wow, that's wise. Did you know I'm a spirit caller?
A spirit caller? What's
right.
What's that?
Spirit warmer,
weaver.
Spirit weaver. That's the one.
There you go.
You're a spirit weaver.
Yeah, my brother and I are. We're twins.
Oh my god, you guys are twin spirit weavers. Forgive me, but
I'll drop a bubble of water out of the dirt.
Oh my god, I'll be damned, you sure are. And you too, looks over to Sketch.
Oh, yeah. Can I shoot your bubble with an electric arc? Because I'm going to.
Oh my god, that'd be so cool. It'll like bubble and like fizzle and stuff.
Yeah, it'll be cool.
I'll be damned. It's not just lucky that the two of you are alive for each other's sake and for your family's sake. If you are twin spirit weavers from the Karuki clan, it's good for all of Zulukara that you're alive. I don't mean to dump any more pressure on you than I'm sure you've already had growing up, but that's a big deal.
Yeah, God talks to me.
I'm certain that he does. I've never spoken to Cork. What are they like?
Mysterious.
Mysterious is good. Many of the gods are.
And intense.
That I do believe. Everything that I've heard leads me to understand that Cork is Very intense.
Work is actually what brought us back together. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that I. So this is an actual divine mission that you're on.
Right. If
Yeah.
not to save my people, then at least to save my family.
One and the same, aren't they?
Yes, true.
Sure.
Their people are a family, and vice versa. But
I don't know that my people can be saved, but my family can.
you keep saying that. I haven't seen it yet, but that's not like you. Like, surely we can do something. I guess I'll see it when we go, but
The weapons they have are unbelievable. It's not like it was a battle we lost against another tribe. We were absolutely slaughtered. We had no chance. The best of us had no chance whatsoever.
yeah, I guess we did get overrun pretty effortlessly.
Darpin kind of looks down to each of you for a bit, and then he kind of looks just over to the side where he's planted his halberd into the ground. Times are changing, aren't they? That is what they do, though. I mean, surely you're from Zulakara. You understand change. You understand nothing stays how it is. We can either learn to use what is new, or we can learn to make what is old work in a different way. Do you know when they invented the spear? And he looks over his shoulder again. Because I don't.
Oh, I have no idea.
It's been around for as long as we have. I think the dragons used it. It still works. Pointy end goes in the bad guy. We find new ways to use the things that we're comfortable with. And we find comfortable ways to use the things that are new to us. If things are as you say they are, then the coasts, at least of Zulakara, may well and truly be lost for a time. But everything that happens will eventually unhappen, and so on and so forth. And if the gods have really sent you here, I don't think that all hope is lost. The gods are many things. Foolish is one of them, but stupid is not usually one of them. If they've given some of their blood to the two of you, if they have imparted that boon upon you, surely there must be some hope.
There's hope to save us, but we won't be the same. We won't be us after. That's all I'm saying.
Well, of course
But
you will.
we will be. We change. That's what we do. I think it'll still be us, even if we're a little different.
You'll have to excuse me.
Of course, I can... Do you need...
I mean,
I'll tell you what, I'll get some drinks. And Darwin actually is going to stand up and kind of walk off for a bit. Leave the two of you.
sorry, I don't mean to, make light of the people who we've lost. We've lost so many, but we can't just stop here, right? We change as a people. That's what we do. We move because the land moves. I don't think it'd be right for us to just stop.
I mean, you're not wrong, and that's not really what I mean. I can't explain it or express it. You must understand that I might have a little bit of a complex about returning to all of the stuff that was lost. Do you know what I mean? I just want it back the way it was. But it can't be back the way it was. That's what I really mean.
Yeah, that is a little hard to accept, but we'll be okay.
Yeah.
Man, we're doing so good though. He's over here by himself with us. Like, how did you
He's
do
a
that?
brick wall. It's not possible.
I think if he has a few more drinks, he won't be. But also, you just got to learn about the things he likes, and
Yeah,
then
but Finn is here. He's gonna, it's pointless. I mean, we're still gonna try, but
both is good.
True.
He eventually comes around the corner, and you can see that he does that that dadly thing where he like timidly peeks his head around to make sure that he's not interrupting something, and he waits for one of you to make eye contact. And you can see that he's got a couple of mugs of something that is a little sweeter and a little softer than the hard alcohol you had all day for lunch. I do hope that we're able to help. I mean that very much, especially if your people and Korik and the land itself is linked to the two of you, and it sounds like it is. I know that a lot of this has probably come across as us just trying to start up an old business enterprise, and there's some truth to that, but we're doing this for family too, and that's what matters.
Well, you don't live in Zulakar anymore.
No, I not that family. We're doing this for family. And Finn kind of looks out over the ocean. I think that, when this is all said and done, we would like to do a little coastal raiding ourselves. And he looks back over to Famador, where there's still just a faint trickle of smoke pluming up into the air from where the church's fire has mostly been extinguished.
You don't want to tell me why you don't live in Zulakar anymore?
Oh, that's actually a very simple and boring story, in truth. I was overtaken by wanderlust. I like my homeland, but that's not where the things were. I dreamt of machines. I dreamt of technology. I dreamt of what the future held. And I know that this is going to come across as a little strange after you've just decried it. When the Imric set foot on our soil, I was a child, and the first time that I saw one man kill 10 of ours, I probably should have been filled with feelings of anger or sorrow, pain, and I was. I don't want to give the wrong impression. But what filled my mind more than anything else was we could have that too. If the right people had that, we could do the right thing with it. And so I left, because there was not much to stay for.
I think you got out just in time.
I must have. I'm sorry that your family was too late. Anyway, we're going to retreat for the night.
Oh, okay.
Oh, dang, Fetch and Sketch. We don't, or Sketch and I, we don't have a tent to stand. That sucks. Oh, crud.
Give me a diplomacy check. Give me a deception. I'm sorry, I don't know why I called for diplomacy check. Give me a deception.
You don't have a tent? What do you mean?
Did Fetch travel here from Zulakara without a tent?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Give me a diplomacy
You just
check.
find a leaf or a bush or something.
Yeah, it's hide.
There's truly so many extra tents. They provided us all with tents.
But none of those are our tents. We feel bad mooching.
I feel like
Already
I feel
not
like that
set up
has
tents.
no problem with stealing. I feel confident saying that.
Oh, yeah, and we're not used to the
And
cold,
God.
you know.
Darwin starts to be like, oh, we have plenty of extra tins. We'll get you set up. And Finn kind of grabs him and motions for him to lean over so he can whisper into his ear. And they whisper for a moment. And Darwin kind of looks back, and the face that you get is not a bound chicka wawa face, but like a, oh, they don't want to be lonely tonight face. And he says, you know, our tent's pretty big. Here, come on, tell me more about your family.
Rid.
That's all this was for.
Which Fetch immediately misinterprets, and we'll sort that out later. Anything else for the night, or should we cut to the morning? Morning comes, and unless you guys have any last minute
I
business,
have something I have to do early in the morning.
Right. Okay. Excellent. Tell me what you do in the morning.
I gotta turn Mayor back into just telepathy. So I get up real early again, and I do the same thing I did the night before, where I absorb his star power.
Excellent.
So anyone who's awake sees me do the same thing again in the morning.
Yeah. Anyone who happens to be an early riser sees that as the sun, or the first sun, is starting to come up, the last star that is kind of visible as orange overtakes the sky flickers for just a moment as Baby Boy kind of reaches up to it. And there's just this faint glimmering line of energy that for a moment flashes between the two as this distant star flickers.
Oh, I also wanted to do one thing the night before, if I could. It's just casting a spell.
Yeah,
I'm just
absolutely.
going to cast a new spell I got. I pull out the, what's that book called? Prospero's Guide to the Wildlands and Beyond. And yes. I cast the spell. I hold it up in front of Mare, and the book quickly just like flies open and just starts turning pages really quickly. And Mare keeps reading them, and as he reads it, including the cover, it like rips off and it gets absorbed inside of him until the entire book is just like inside his orb, page by page, just rotating around him.
Oh shit!
And I'll choose occult.
Sick.
So instead of having to spend 10 minutes now, I can just use an action.
As an action.
Some of the book, and it's on the page.
Hell yeah! What a good combo! What a good combo! Cool.
Yeah. So now I have that for 24 hours.
You're the dedicated nerd now.
I just saw it said pocket library, and I'm like, library and a pocket? Like, this is all...
it's made for you. Alright, sick. When you get up in the morning, you can see that the place is bustling. Everybody's kind of preparing to go about their business. You do see that, oh my god, I'm so bad at names. Gigi is back with several of the people who've been watching the wall. They essentially did, like, 48-hour stints to make sure that everybody could do their missions and then have a day to relax. And now it is finally their turn to just pass out. And you can see that many of them have. Gigi himself is essentially just, like, curled up on his side next to this fire, resting his head on his hands. And there are a bunch of fellow adventurers, some of whom have made their way to tents, some of which are just passed out on the ground next to him. And you can see that there are a few that are trying to stay awake as medics tend to wound. You can't help but notice that there are a few fewer than left on the mission. Your parties did pretty well on your first round of missions. It becomes pretty clear to you that the wall party did not do as well. You can see that there is a small group of 4 or 5 young adventurers, late teens, maybe early 20s, that are very somber. A couple of them look like they've been crying for most of the morning. It is very clear to you that they had a rough time of it. And Darbin is doing his best first thing in the morning to try to talk through things with them. Finn is trying to get the logistics figured out. And they're all preparing to head over to the academy. And that leaves you guys to begin on your missions. You're kind of on your own, which is the whole point of these missions. It's up to you how long you stay, if you want another day of rest, or if you're ready to take off now. But if you're ready to take off now, Branch, you do know where you can contact a caravan and get on your way. You'll need to go a little way into Famador or find somebody that can do that for you. But you have done this enough times to know how you can, like, find somebody on the wall and give them a silver piece to do everything for you.
Is Branch actually still, like, damaged after the rest we've had?
That's a good question. It looks like he's fully healed. And for the record, they have a couple of medics that can do enough medicine training that everybody should be fully healed by the morning.
Okay, gotcha.
If you're willing to let other people work on you.
I was, like, a little damaged at the start of the session. I think that was just because I forgot to heal at the end.
Fair.
But yeah. I am actually just gonna walk up to Jane and be like, yo, you good at finding does standing in line for takeout give you anxiety?
Do you know how to drive stick, and can you call somebody on the phone without having a panic attack? I feel this in my soul, for the record.
Right. If you're asking if I'm good with people, that's decent, I think. Why?
Thinking we could pull our funds together and get a caravan. You know, from Harold's Discount Hookers and Caravans. If you want a bougie one with some protection, you don't need the hookers, just the caravan. Be sure to tell him that. He'll try and mark you up, but whatever. Um, but it's your choice. I can't. You know why I can't go into Amador right now.
No, yeah, of course. I think out of the lot of us, and she looks around this group of 5, I probably stand out the least in a crowd.
Yeah, it helps that you keep your ears covered with that. They won't know you're an elf until you until you tell them.
Smart.
No, you're not. I meant not an elf until you tell them.
Right.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not a fighter. I'm here to do what I can. Do we want guards? Do we want mercenaries? Or am I just finding somebody to lend us a wagon?
I think you might want to ask the ones who've already done the trip before whether or not we need guards.
Sure. All right then.
But before that, you already said you ain't a fighter, right?
She does.
Branch takes a quick scope of everyone around him, like all these people. He looks at Baby Boys, Fetch Sketch, and the rest of the party. You want an honest answer? You want an honest opinion?
I have a feeling I'm about to get one either way, so let's hear it.
I've been told that my words don't do good for a lot of people, but I feel like this is a bit honest. Out of everyone here, if we were to make a list of everyone who would make it, so to say, or make it in one piece, I think you and me are on the bottom of that list.
In truth, I hardly made it here, so I don't think you're wrong. That's why I suspect it's probably a good idea to surround ourselves with people that can protect us. She kind of looks over towards Baby Boy and Fetch, and she doesn't really know anything about Sketch's capabilities currently, but
True.
she knows Baby Boy is a talented, weird-ass space mage, and Fetch is big and strong.
He's been pretty useful so far. Kept a lot of people away from me in Unba. But
Fetch receives prophetic dreams from your experience.
True.
That's
also
pretty good.
True. Also true, but she's not going to talk about that. A lesson that she hopes Fetch will also take advice.
I'm over here talking about, but I've received prophetic dreams. I saved my life.
Oh, do ya? About what?
I forgot to mention the first thing Darbin does in that tin is say, "Oh, have you had any weird dreams lately?"
Only about you, baby.
Got him.
No, we didn't talk that.
again, Rita said to me when I was still working here as a kid, back when I had both my arms, no amount of money or food is worth the amount, worth losing yourself to it. And honestly, you're like a librarian or something, right? No combat training, nothing.
That's about right. I mean, to be clear, some of my spells hold up in a fight. I've tried to hold my own in the scraps we've gotten into, but certainly not my specialty.
Well, let me make a deal with you then. I ain't in good graces with a lot of the people here, especially those two. And he points at the brother's etch, or nods at the, or does the little hand motion at the brother's etch.
Sure.
And this I need a friend or more allies. Friend might be a bit too much. I ain't know much about you, and looks like you know how to use that. Motions at the gun on your hip. I've been trying to learn myself. This is Narafi's, but he hasn't asked for it back yet, so it's essentially mine. uh,
I will say, just as a quick interjection, because he's not here, if he asks you for his gun back before these missions, you have to give it to him. But we can retcon that based on what he says. Yeah.
I'm thinking I should at least know how to fire it properly at some point. In return, I'll do my best to stick around you and keep you safe, I guess.
That seems like a more than generous deal to me. I can show you how to shoot a gun in exchange for protection.
Yeah. Anyone else give you any trouble here? Anyone I need to look out for? Assholes or whatever?
No, not at all. Everybody's been kind and helpful here. I've been, I don't know, maybe a little surprised. I wasn't sure what the big cities were going to be like, but
Wonder why that isn't my experience.
the cat's kind of a dick, but
No, the cat's hilarious. You kidding me? He thinks he's the shit. It's very funny to listen to him speak. Kind of just go along with it, and you'll get some of the best, like, arrogant little speech from this tiny little creature you've ever heard.
in truth, I think he was just upset with me because I kept thinking he was somebody else's familiar and not just a person of his own. So I got to dig myself out of that hole.
He ain't someone else's familiar. I'll let you know that right now.
Oh yeah, I figured that out the hard way.
Well, it'll be nice working with you, I guess.
Sure, let's hope so. And she'll extend a hand to shake your hand.
Which hand?
She'll extend her left hand so as to shake your left hand. So we don't do the awkward, like, grab the back of your handshake.
Mm-hmm.
Although I should assume Branch probably after 7 years has got like a thing that he already does for that. So
Yeah, it's extend his hand first.
there you go. Sees it coming.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
All right, I'll go talk to what's his name in the city and go look for a caravan while those two converse.
You can get the hookers if you want, but it'll come out of your pocket.
To be clear, I am not interested in getting any hookers. If somebody wants hookers, they're going to have to give me money to pay for them.
Right on. All right. Let's go. See you later, Mama Tiempo.
Mama Tiempo.
that's fun. As that is happening, Fetch has walked up to Baby Boy. How's that conversation going?
Exactly how you'd expect. What do you mean?
Yeah. Quick recap.
Why do you get to be naked?
Yeah, that's basically where this is going.
It's already past that. That was just
Yeah.
brief. I'm trying to ask about his face. Why do you have a weird face?
Oh, what do you think?
Let me try your mask on.
Oh, no.
Are you a spirit weaver?
Do I know what a spirit weaver? I think I've made a check on them. I don't.
I really wish I had done the thing where I keep track of rolls that you've done.
I don't. I think I would have done spirit weaver thing,
I think you did.
and I didn't know what it was.
If I remember correctly, you didn't know the details, but you could infer that it was some class of mages.
Oh no, I don't really work with spirits. I work with gravity.
I don't know what that is.
We do have a word for gravity.
All of a sudden, there's just like a whole bunch of just like little gravitational anomalies that just appear around, and it's just like you just see some of them start pick up dirt like this. That's how you walking around the ground right now. Without gravity, you can no walk.
Oh. And then, so it's the cheeky word for gravity, I said.
Oh, it's down.
Yeah, downness.
Downness, yes, I.
But you're so tall.
Oh, I
You're
know.
not down at all.
That's because I can make down no strong.
Oh, you're downness and upness.
Oh, I'm down, strong down, and weak down.
Oh, make me go
down
up.
Here, down there. You? Did you say make you go up?
Yeah, make me go up.
Oh. Okay, come here. This is the best way I can do it. He's gonna go over to a tree.
Sure. Yeah, you'd be able to find one easy enough.
And he starts coming up, and he starts using like his tentacles to help him climb the tree, like very proficiently, I might add. Stay on the ground, and then I'm going to cast a spell. I will do 2 actions. I'm going to target you.
Oh shit! You like actually have a full ass thing for this, don't you?
Yeah. And I'm going to try to pull you into the tree.
Cool. It's up to Fetch whether you even try to resist this or not. If not, you can just take a failure on it.
I'll just take a failure.
Yep, and you just feel all of a sudden you feel down is up, like you are just falling up. And then around the time, right when you reach Baby Boy, you feel like gravity pulling you towards him, and then you're on a branch with him, and like gravity goes back to normal.
You are incredibly powerful.
Oh, I thank you. I practice.
You have tentacles.
Aye. Yeah,
Do
wiggles
you
them.
breathe underwater?
No.
I don't know why. I don't think we should focus on this conversation because it's just going to continue like that for a while.
Understood. So that goes on for a while. Fetch asking questions in earnest and Baby Boy giving nothing useful in return. And refusing to let him wear his mask.
Oh, hey, he knows I can't breathe underwater. Is
That's
that important?
True.
Who knows?
Maybe it'll come up. And he knows you do gravity magic now too.
He also learned what gravity is.
True. As all of that is going on, Shane, you're able to make your way down to Famador, and you're fine. You can tell that the place is in a bit of a buzz, but you are plain Jane. You look like
I'm
could
so
be a
plain.
farmer. You're so plain.
I actually am a farmer.
Yeah, like you...
Kind of.
You go through a little bit of a hassle where the guards are really checking everyone coming in and out, and no, you're not
I asked
from
to see their
here.
manager.
They asked to see your manager. The process of hiring a caravan is pretty simple, especially because Branch has pointed you in the right direction. I guess just give me a diplomacy check of some sort to see how smoothly and how quickly it goes and what you're able to find.
I'm not good at these.
Plenty. You're eventually directed over to, what was his name, Howard's?
I believe it was Howard's
Howard Hookers and
Howard's
Caravans.
Hookers and Caravans.
Howard's Discount Hookers and Caravans. The discount is important, as Howard tells you.
Hookers is first, too. Like, the caravans are the afterthought, not the hookers.
Yeah. It probably doesn't surprise you that this particular establishment is in Lower Famador, near the docks. It doesn't look great, but I gotta tell you, the prices cannot be beat.
Okay. Okay. On a 19, can I explore any other options here?
Sure can. So, Howard's would essentially set you up with a cart or a stagecoach of some sort. And, like, a driver. And that's pretty much it. You're essentially on your own. Technically, the driver does have a bodyguard of his own, who in theory would help fight things if they showed up. You get the impression that these people are desperate. They've not had a job in a month, and this may not really even be their job. They're just willing to do odd jobs for money, and they have a stagecoach. With a 19, you're able to find a little bit of a more reputable caravan that is forming, actually on the docks, people who have come in from overseas. You do a little bit of browsing, a little bit of shopping around, and a lot of that is just talking and listening and trying to figure out, hey, this group is planning on traveling this way. Do you want to group up? Would it be safer for us to group up? And with a 19, you do actually find that there is a decently sized group. It's probably about 20-ish people. They have 2 wagons and a stagecoach, who are headed down towards Zulakara. They are mostly just your standard Adendric rabble. There's humans, dwarves, and elves. But they are already grouped up with 4 cheeky people. There are a couple of Tabaxi and a couple of satyrs who are from the region. They look like they are decent fighters, or at least they have weapons at their sides, and they're familiar with the terrain. And they are happy to have you. It doesn't cost anything. They're just happy to have people that are joining them. A strength in numbers sort of deal.
So, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems like Howard's Discount Hookers and Caravans is largely just trying to, like, rent out a sex limo, and there's not actually, like, there's not a caravan, right? There's not multiple wagons traveling together somewhere. It's
You've essentially got the gist of it, yeah.
So, in order to join this actual caravan, do we need a wagon? Like, do we need to bring our own mode of transport here?
If you have enough luggage that you need one, you should probably get one. Alternatively, if you are not comfortable walking the entire time, you should get one. And you get the sense that it would probably be good for you to rent one. And if you're just trying to rent a wagon, then you can go back to Howard's and rent out a wagon.
I was going to say, like, maybe rent a wagon from Howard's and join that wagon into this caravan. How's that look price-wise?
Boy, not that bad. So you're looking at
How much is a
probably
horse?
20 days round trip and a mule. Let's go see if they have a price guide for this. Let's find out.
So we could also just all get horses, but I figure wagon is
I
better.
can't ride a horse. That's not weird enough.
There's no way that Baby Boy's riding a horse.
Unless it's like a horse that...
Jane would look extremely natural on a horse.
A horse could ride Baby Boy.
I'm also assuming that Howard is only willing to give you a wagon for like an hour and a half.
Oh, yes.
This is the only one Branch goes. Don't judge it.
I probably undersold it a little bit. You go back there to Howard, and he has a cart and also a stagecoach, depending on how comfortable you want to be. A stagecoach would essentially let most of you ride most of the time instead of having to do a bunch of walking yourselves. Whereas the cart, you would have to take shifts. Somebody would be walking for at least 4 hours at a time, and then you would swap halfway through the day, and the other group would walk.
Does the stagecoach have a heart-shaped mattress and a mirror in the ceiling?
It doesn't, but it does have a very shaggy rug that does not quite fit in the middle. It's very clear to you that it was just kind of thrown in to make it look more luxurious.
Understood.
The
How
cart
much is...
for round trip, and he tells you, 20-day limit. Actually, we'll make it 30 days because you were potentially going to be gone longer than that. So 30 days with the cart, you're looking at 4 gold pieces. 30 days with the stagecoach, you're looking at 8 gold pieces.
Branch,
Oh, let's get the stagecoach. We're rich, bitch.
yeah, Branch will
I
chip
am
in.
not rich.
Yeah, Branch will chip in at least a little and be like, if we need to like conserve energy to do that to get there, we don't want people walking and shit like that. So he'll help with funds and shit.
I'm not gonna
Okay,
walk.
so it's 8 gold to rent the stagecoach for up to 30 days.
Yep.
And is there any cost associated with joining this caravan and or with my diplomacy? Can I be like, we're all skilled warriors, can we just be with you guys for your benefit?
They are happy to just have more people, especially knowing that some of you know how to fight.
Is that including
Okay.
like feed and stuff?
I'll say, actually, with your diplomacy check and the fact that you're bringing skilled warriors, they will provide the mule and the feed just to have you guys along.
So all we gotta bring is the sex wagon.
Yeah, bring the sex wagon and yourselves and be willing to fight.
Okay, well, after going to Howard's Discount Hookers and Caravans, deciding that this place was not the right choice for us, spending a number of maybe hours looking for better options, I'll return to Howard's Discount Hookers and Caravans.
They always come back. What can Howard do for you?
It's not like that. We don't need any hookers or anything. It's just we need a stagecoach, and I have a friend who I think is really going to like the rug. So
Perfect. He has you work through some paperwork, which is not up to code. It is just scratched on parchment, written by
that's
a
great.
man who is barely literate.
I specifically don't want to be putting anything more on paper than I have to.
Perfect. You shake hands on it, exchange a little money, and he takes you out. And for what it's worth, Stagecoach is in good shape, apart from the weird rug, and it seems serviceable.
I 100% signed the paperwork like Stacy fake name.
Stacy
I'm
fake
not writing
name.
my name on there.
Amazing.
I'm also willing to chip a lot of money for that because I can't not travel in style.
Of course.
All right, we will return to the camp with the sex wagon and let the when's the caravan leaving? Like today?
They are going to say, let's see, boy, when would they go out? They would not want to do it at night. I think they probably would leave in the morning, so you guys have one more night of rest if you want it.
Could we?
Okay,
Could we just get both?
The
Right. I guess
Stagecoach
there's
and
only. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm so used to having like 8 members in our party at all times
Right.
that I'm like,
Right.
how are y'all gonna fit in there?
Yeah, I think we're good with just the stagecoach, and so I guess I probably don't bring the stagecoach back to the campsite since the caravan has the mules. So I'll just go take it to the caravan, and
Yeah, they basically
we'll join
tell
up with
you
the caravan tomorrow morning.
exactly. They'll meet you down here at the south gate in the morning. You're able to get back to the camp, report back to the camp. Does anybody have anything they do that night at the camp, or are you guys just resting?
You didn't get the one with the weird rug, right? I've heard stories. I've heard stories about that one.
The one with the weird rug was the only option, except for one where some of us would have to walk all day. So weird rug it is. Howard was.
Oh no, he's a piece of shit.
He was the second worst Howard I've ever met.
Absolutely. Wait, hold on. Who's the worst?
It's nothing. Nobody.
Oh, he must be fucking terrible if Howard from Howard's Discount Hookers and Caravans is the second worst.
In truth, the discount hookers and caravans guy wasn't all that bad. He just was maybe a little sleazy.
Boy, I had
kind enough at least.
I guarantee you, back when I was a Justicar, I was like, once I turned 18, I was like going there like every month for a new infraction. It was really annoying.
Well, I guess it's a good thing I didn't use my real name then.
Ah, clever.
The only person in this entire party who does that.
Branch used a fake name.
That's true. You use a nickname and a fake name at the church. You're right. I'm mostly just ripping Sketch and Ruko.
But it was 8 gold, up to 30 days. Caravan leaves in the morning. Stagecoach with the shaggy rug and the ceiling mirror is already set up down there. They're going to provide us with the feed and the pack animals. So
you got a whole ass like entourage.
Well, that was the idea, right? Travel in a caravan. Well, we don't have to. We can go on our own. But
yeah, no, wasn't expecting that. Branch just hands you 2 gold. Thanks for the. Maybe shake down the others to see if you can get them. Get anything out of that, but
yes, I'll just pass on to everybody what it costs.
I'll pay you.
I think if we did it evenly, let me math that out.
Yeah.
I'm just going to give you 2 gold for it.
Okay, so if you do 2 and Branch does 2, at least 4 for me, Fetch, and Sketch to split. So that'll be 1 gold, 3 silver each.
Yeah. Question: Did Fetch actually mention his dreams at all, or is that just a joke?
Where did I mention it?
You mentioned it twice. There was one where you said you had visions from a god to Darbin privately over by the sea. But while you were just now talking to Baby Boy, that one, it was unclear whether it was just a meta comment or not.
Oh, yeah. So, presume there was a smaller conversation where I mentioned it over there for funny. It was for funny, but it can be for real.
Perfect.
Okay, is it for real then?
Sure.
Oh. Ever heard of the
Jane
land of
disliked
dreams?
that.
Ever heard of the dimension of dreams?
No. Nope. Never have.
Okay.
Incredible. All right. I assume that was your hand raised, Leash.
Yeah. I just wanted to see if he actually mentioned it to me or not.
Perfect. Barring any last-second preparations, another night passes. We move on to the 7th of Lyra, and you guys wake up in the morning. The place is much quieter now. Finn and Darbin and Bill are all gone. They are headed to the academy. The place is mostly empty. Yes, Jane, what's up?
Sorry, you asked if we had stuff to do, and I didn't say anything.
Go for it.
At some point during that evening of doing our preparations the night before, I just want to do a little casty of this spell and try to look up whatever information I can find about Tesseract. When was it founded? Who founded it? What's their mission statement? Blah, 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 blah. Just try to learn some shit about Tesseract if I can.
Spell stealer.
Interesting.
I had it before you did, bitch.
That's not even maybe it's true. I just got it this level.
I've had it since we started the campaign.
Yeah, well.
Sometimes I can call knowledge check. Yeah, go ahead and give me a. You could do Arcana would be very applicable. If you have a more applicable lore skill or like a Society or Arcana, either one would be fine.
So my Arcana is better than my Academia, but I do have Academia lore.
I think Arcana will be better here.
Okay. Is Society better than Arcana?
Society would tell you more about the business side of it. Arcana would tell you a little bit more about the like ethics and operating practices and what kind of got them started technologically.
Got it. I'm kind of interested in both of those topics, but I'll start with Arcana.
Yeah, that's fair. And we get a +1 to that from the spell. 17 is pretty good. I'm also going to throw on a little bit here because you have worked so closely with them nearby. Bumps that to 19. 19, you would know the basic story. You don't know, like, the founder's name or anything like that, but you've at least done research on this company because they've become such a big part of your life. You understand that they essentially have been around for almost 100 years. They've always done innovation and research in the field of mixing technology and magic. That kind of got its start around the time that early industrialization was happening. But what really made it take off, they floundered for like 40 or 50 years, and then the Emmerich attacked. The Emmerich showed up with wild technology that nobody had ever seen before. Technology that many people guessed and later confirmed through divination was handed to them by the gods, and were doing horrible, terrible war crimes with it. Tesseract was like, hey, cool, and they started scavenging the battlefield. They started repurposing, they started scrapping, they started improving, they started learning, reverse engineering, and selling. They've done a lot of things that are generally good for society. They have improved the quality of life in all of Liberty, if you're wealthy enough to afford their stuff, and throughout the rest of the Inner Kingdom. Most people have some form of plumbing that is made by Tesseract. The modern, the closest thing they have to a telegram system, which still involves a lot of magic at this point, but there's essentially a telegram system that is used to send long-distance communications. They pioneered that. They're kind of just getting out these basic primitive technologies that we started to see in our own early 1800s, late 1700s, using a mix of scavenged technology and magic. That has really escalated since the war settled down, because now there is a ton of scrap and they don't have a war effort to sell it to, which means they're investing in R&D. They're making like residential and commercial applications instead of wartime applications. Profits are skyrocketing, and they've also started to do weirder shit with it. They no longer are interested in just pointing a big bomb at somebody. They're trying to figure out how do we make money in ways that don't involve killing. And this has caused a lot of weird spin-off projects. There's lots of rumors going on. Lots of people are concerned, like, oh, what are they doing secretly behind closed doors? They've gone from this kind of, they were a wartime manufacturer. Nobody thinks highly of arms dealers, but they've gone from an arms dealer to what people consider to be children playing with fire. Their reputation is both, wow, these people are doing incredible things, and wow, these guys are reckless. And that's kind of where they're at. They started as a military complex, as an arms dealer, and they've kind of transitioned into peacetime technologies.
Makes sense. I have a question about Tesseract that is not going to come from research. I'm just curious about from my knowledge.
Sure.
Do I know if anyone at Tesseract is aware of my relationship with Rita?
What would this be? Just give me a perception check. I think this feels kind of insighty.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's really hard for you to say with any sort of certainty. You do know that they are very fond of their paperwork. They're very fond of knowing lots of things. They do a lot of secret research, and as a result, they have a high emphasis on security and screening. It would be reasonable for them to keep tabs on former employees, especially former employees who have a lot of trade secrets, and make sure that they are not doing shady things with those trade secrets.
Right.
It would be reasonable for them to come across you as one of her favored students in the startup that she made right after quitting, and be like, okay, what's going on? Is she funneling trade secrets to this person? So in other words, you can't confirm it, but it would certainly make sense for your name to be somewhere in a dossier over there.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. That's what I was wondering about.
Yep.
And then if I have enough time to research it, I'll also do. I've got enough spell slots cast a couple more times to do a little research on the creatures that we're going to go interface with, the Zephyrhawks.
Zephyrhawks, yeah.
And also the region of Zulukar that we're headed to, like the region itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
What to expect when we travel there, etc.
For sure.
You want to borrow my book?
Yeah, if you've got it. Didn't you just download it into Mare?
Yeah, but then after it just comes back together.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like destroyed by that process.
No. It just like he rips it apart and then he pieces it back together when I activate it. I just didn't have to use it.
Sweet, yeah. Some combination of that book and the pocket library. Do some research on Zulukara / those beasties.
Excellent. That is a +3. I believe both of those would be nature. I think understanding a region and also understanding elementals both feel like nature to me.
Makes sense.
Do you get like an extra bonus for using the pocket library and the book?
Yeah, I think the pocket library is a +1 status and the book is a +1 circumstance. So a total
Makes
of
sense.
+2.
Oh.
12 total.
Not super great.
Not super great. Do you speak Cheeky? I can't remember.
I do speak Cheeky.
You've done a little bit of preliminary research, mostly because they're your neighbors. They are to the east. They're on the eastern border of Wexisat. You know about as much about Zulukara as the average American knows about Canada, which is just the superficial bits. You know that the terrain is constantly changing. As an Arcanist, you would know they have an incredibly strong evocation ley line that runs under them, and they get kind of the bleed over of transmutation from Wexisas. So they have a combination of evocation and transmutation that is very, very strong over there. The landscape is literally shifting all the time. They have a thing called landstorms, where mountains rise and fall, rivers carve themselves and then fill themselves back up. As a result, almost every civilization that lives in Zulukara is nomadic. Lots of elemental activity, tons of elemental activity. Dangerous terrain, dangerous animals, not as dangerous as Eden, but still you would want to have some mercenaries if you were traveling on anything but an open road, and given the nature of the land, there aren't a lot of open roads.
Okay, cool.
For
Makes sense.
Zephyrhawk specifically, I don't think you know anything that didn't get brought up earlier.
Yeah, as I say, I presume I know less about this than other people in our group, so.
Yeah. Big air elemental bird things that sometimes do zappy magic.
Read a book.
I'm literally trying so hard to read books right
You're
now.
cheating.
Ari,
That's it. She spends her rest of her evening researching.
Oh my god, can you change this to Control F for your title, for your version of the spell? Since you're like a
I
robot.
probably should. That's probably a great idea.
with that then, the night passes, you guys get one more rest in if you haven't already. You wake up in the morning and set out to go meet your caravan.
The night the night before, I will cast Pocket Library again.
Excellent.
Which I'll come up with a better name, but like, you know.
It's truly a perfect name, though, for your spell. It's not
It kind
good
of is.
for mine.
I don't even change it.
What are you researching?
Oh, nothing. I was just like, so it stays for 24 hours. So then in 24
Oh.
hours, even if I'm in combat, it's an action.
I see.
Yeah. That's what's really nice about it, is that you can. No, I don't have to spend 10 minutes reading that book now.
Yeah, for the rest of the day, you get to just pull it out and do it as an action.
Not even the rest of the day. 24 hours.
24 hours, yeah.
Interesting. That's a fun use case. I actually had enough spell slots to do that again, so I guess I'll do likewise.
Awesome.
Throw on a pocket library the night before,
And then when
so I
it's
still have
heightened,
it till the next night.
When it's heightened, you can higher bonus, more times. Great spell. For a nerd.
Yeah. Good spell for nerds.
Great spell for nerd.
So it doesn't. So 24 hours. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about it ending when you do your daily preparations. Neat.
Yep.
Nope, it only ends when you use it.
Awesome.
It's like a Goodberry situation. You should do it at the end of the day if you've got a spell slot left.
Precast it.
What does it look like when you cast it, though?
I assume that when Jane does this spell, it's not really time magic. It's more just like a little bit of basic arcana that she learned from Rita, and just like summons sort of like a spectral copy of various books from various libraries of arcana that are studied at. References that Rita gave her, like little, almost like a lesser form of like a teleportation, like a sigil she scribes with her hands that's tuned to some library somewhere that pulls like a spectral copy of books.
Oh, see, when I read it, I thought you had to like put books into it. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, collect information from the world's libraries.
Can I just get it from home? Just like reach at home and grab a book.
Yeah, I'm into that. That's fun. There's probably some reasons that I should throw a wrench in there, but I like the flavor of it. It's fine, yeah. Excellent. Morning comes, you guys head out and meet your caravan. You find that there is a bustling group of about 20 or so people, with 2 wagons and now 2 stagecoaches. One is yours and one is somebody else in the caravan. They are happy to see you, and they are especially happy when they see that at least a few of you are armed. Okay, good call. Good call.
Same. Mine's always occultism because I can't do anything else.
Perfect. Understood. Many of them are happy to see that you are armed, and many of them are, in particular, happy to see Fetch and Sketch, who are very clearly cheeky, and both of which appear probably good at survival, which is going to be important, because nobody in this group, there are drivers, there are merchants, but the only people in this group who look like they would know their way around a wilderness are the other cheeky people. There are a pair of tabaxi and a pair of satyrs. And I'll just pull you on over. As
no
you
one
guys
happy
get
to see
on
me a
your
branch?
journey.
That's sad.
I do have an important question, actually, for Branch. Branch,
Yep.
What do you look like when you show up to this group? You take any
I-
precautions? What are you doing?
Yeah, I was gonna put that one cloak I bought for Baby Boy on and try and like,
Wait, why don't
lean
we be
back
two
a bit.
people in it? Why don't we be 2 people in a cloak?
Christ.
Can you fit someone in your? Can you like wrap me around your tentacles and like hug me towards your back with this on?
I can try.
Perfect. All right.
How much do you weigh?
Yeah, I'm gonna attach myself to Baby Boy's back. He's gonna wrap me in his tentacles, and we're
Okay.
gonna put the large cloak on.
Okay.
Yeah,
Together.
let's go. I'm not very strong.
Cannot confirm or deny anything. That is not my role. It is important for me to keep my players' secrets. If it was true that Baby Boy was in fact 3 kobolds in a fursuit right now, there would now be a 4th person on top under a cloak, and we'd have a little bit of a baby turducken thing going on. And
We really
that's
would.
a funny image in my head that I thought I would share with all of you.
I was thinking the exact same thing. But it's just like Inception, but with
The fan artists know what to do.
Yeah,
Yes,
you guys
please.
know exactly what to do.
Yeah.
Underway. Things begin. So a big question
What?
is, ooh, what you got?
Hang on a second.
We are
I
one.
need somebody to talk to. Who's control? Jane, you ordered this caravan?
I ordered maybe isn't quite the right word. I set up for us to travel with them.
This is not going to get very far into Zulukara.
And they're planning to
It's the-
get to Zulukar.
It's the land of infinite and eternal wilderness. The second we find a cliff, a river, a rope bridge, dense jungle, I don't know how far this is going to make it.
You might want to take that up with whoever's leading this thing. That they sounded like they had a plan for getting to Zulukar, but I suppose we just stick with them as long as it stays practical, and then go off our own way.
Very well. Okay, go ahead.
As you guys meet up, you basically see what you see before you. It's a bunch of commoners with a handful of wagons and a stagecoach, one of which is yours. And as you inspect it, Branch, you've probably actually, you know this one. You've been in this once or twice.
He's written a few health code violations about this particular unit.
For sure.
Oh, don't lift that rug. Whatever you do, don't.
You do know that in spite of the fact that it is a little bit of a nightmare, it's sturdy. It'll do a good job. It's a good stagecoach, as good as any other. And you do know that as much of a little kind of sleazebag that he is, Howard at least takes care of it. He keeps it well maintained. He doesn't get a lot of jobs, but his reputation is important. So when he does finally get somebody once every 2 months who wants to give him some gold to borrow his stagecoach, he makes sure that it's worth borrowing. You do also immediately see that most of the commoners are all kind of congregated, putting things onto the cart and getting ready to take off. The 4 other cheeky are kind of like, they got their arms crossed, they're looking over like, oh, this is not going to be good. Like, these are going to get stuck the first time we find any sort of, like, mud pit. If we hit rocky terrain, those mules are not going to be able to pull that thing over.
I know, that's what I was trying to tell him.
Oh, you're cheeky too, aren't you? headed home.
Mm-hmm.
They're all so cheeky.
One of the tabaxi, this bigger man, kind of has a bit of a tigery resemblance. Zikomo, good to meet you.
And likewise, nice tail.
Thanks. Nice tail.
Thanks.
I don't know why that's so fucking funny to me, but
Is that like a colloquialism?
it's a cheeky custom. They say nice tail to each other.
I don't
Nice
know.
tail.
Biscuit
Nice
said it,
arm.
so I went with it.
Nice tail.
Nice cock, bro.
Jesus Christ. I don't recognize your colors. And he looks at Fetch. He wouldn't recognize your colors, but he looks over to Sketch, who is at least wearing a little bit.
I'll just show him the seed. That should tell him what I am.
You're gonna show him your seed right
You
now?
can't
right
just
here?
show him your seed right now.
Oh man, your seed.
Whip the seed out.
Oh, you wanna know who I am? Let me show you.
No, a little brown spiky ball with spikes all over it, like a.
Yeah, you can't show him that.
Karuki, you have a long way to go.
We're not going all the way there, I don't think.
Oh, not headed home.
Not today. Not today.
What takes you south? It's dangerous.
We're going to an R. We're going to an Ori. We're doing some magic stuff.
Oh, magic. What kind of magic? And you see that the satyr kind of steps forward. Kaira, by the way.
Fetch.
Sketch.
You are magicians. You are primalists.
Right.
Yeah. Spirit Weavers is our word.
You're spirit weavers.
Yeah.
Oh, that is no man, primalist. And she actually kind of like takes a second and she like does a full bow, like a very respectful. Oh shit, you guys are spirit weavers.
I'll give her a respectful, slightly less low bow.
Oh, no need for that. We're not. Well, actually, I don't know if he's trained yet. My training got interrupted.
I see. We, or at least some of us, and she motions over to the female tabaxi. We are training. We have a long way to go. We're just learning to speak to elementals. Do they do your bidding?
We're still young.
I see.
They did the bidding of my mother.
Your mother, who?
Oh no, is she take or is she switch? I think she's switch.
I think she's switch.
She's switch, yeah.
Switch. I'm sorry, I don't recognize, but I'm happy to hear that you're here. I won't trouble you with my problems, but I may later, if the travel goes well.
Yeah.
I expect it will.
Hopefully it
some
does.
mud.
Until
we find mud.
Until the road runs out. This road ain't gonna last very
could you
long.
draw the water from the mud like you did last night? And just make it dirt.
Yeah, but it would be quite a bit faster to burn the what do you call them? These wheeled things, these vehicles.
A carriage?
Yeah, eat the donkeys and then carry on foot. That'd be a lot faster.
The Attendrix, they have brought many things. I don't, and she kind of looks them over, and some of them look like, healthy farmers. Some of them look like chubby merchants, and some of them are the merchants' wives and daughters and kids. I don't think that they are cut out for the way that we move.
Hard to carry all of that on your back, for sure.
I'm not sure if we're going very far into Ziki. Maybe it'll be fine.
Perhaps. I think they intended to head east. Many of them are headed to the desert in search of something. There's always something they want from the desert.
Slaves, probably.
Perhaps. Or potions or flowers. There are many dead and dying things that can be used to bring life back. All the same, it will be good to have you with us. I was beginning to worry that we might be the only sane people in this caravan. Who are your friends?
I'll point at Jane and say that one's one of the most powerful spirit weavers I've ever met.
She is also a spirit weaver.
That creature is an elemental of some kind. I think bound to Jane's service, if I had to guess.
Brandy boy.
Jane will.
Brandy boy.
You are speaking in cheeky, okay? You don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, so
You pointed at Jane and said, and you said Jane, and then pointed at me.
this
I know when to say
Jane.
my name.
Jane is a loan word. We kind of just say Jane.
For what it's worth, in cheeky, when you point at Jane and say that's Jane, she will respond in cheeky and just say, "Hi, nice to meet you. Nice tail."
Wow, that
And then that one's a criminal we're escorting for justice.
I'm pretty sure he's currently. Oh, B.
I'm currently hiding.
Yeah, he's currently
inside
hiding
Baby boy.
They're
Yeah,
one person currently.
Oh.
They're
All right.
I suddenly understand Brimby Boy now.
They're Brimby
Yeah,
Boy.
I'm Brandon Baby Boy. Baby Boy.
Jesus
Bramby boy.
fucking Christ. You do
It's our
notice-
ship name.
You do notice, Jane, speaking cheeky, you overhear this entire conversation. You hear Fetch call you a spirit weaver, and you watch as she and also the female tigress turn and they full bow to you. They seem very impressed by that. And at
Yeah,
first,
and so does
almost
Fetch.
kind of like taken back. They're like, she's a spirit weaver? And then you respond in cheeky, and she's like, oh, wow, she might actually be a spirit weaver.
Oh, she is.
I think Jane's gonna choose not to clarify this for now.
Yeah, Sketch
Understood.
gives up.
Fair.
I've seen her in action.
Yeah, her magic's a bit different than ours. Never mind.
All the same, if she is a mage, that is better than... And she looks over her shoulder. Many of them can offer. We should be fine if anything happens.
Exactly.
And it's at this point that the caravan leader kind of whistles, motions for everybody to start moving. Lush, what's up?
So I had Branch give me a little perception check since he's like really close to me.
Oh, yeah. That seems
Branch, have you?
appropriate.
Branch has eaten seafood, right?
I mean, I've lived on the coast like my whole life,
Yeah, you
probably.
have.
So,
for sure.
so strangely enough, these tentacles, you can tell that there's bones in them. Like, unlike octopuses and such, like there's actual bones that are like, because you can, but they're like literally holding you.
You didn't have to make that true, though. You chose to.
Branch is regretting all. He's like covered in baby boy slime. Probably.
There's not slime.
On a 12, there's no slime either, yeah.
Oh, he's probably fucking.
It's probably actually pretty comfortable.
Then I guess I'm zonked out as you hold me like a child on your bed. Whatever.
I was once the baby boy, and now you're the baby boy.
Once. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, you hear snoring emanating from baby boy's back.
Sorry, I'm hungry.
you guys...
Baby boy looks like a strange elemental creature. I didn't see Baby Boy until Jane showed up again. Makes sense.
Oh, yeah, it all tracks, 100%.
She's gonna continue to not choose to clarify on this.
The caravan leader eventually whistles. Everything starts to move, and you guys begin your trek southward. If any of you would like to kind of say, hey, maybe we shouldn't go this way. In other words, if you want to take an active role, go ahead and give me a survival check. Otherwise, you guys are pretty much at the mercy of the caravan leader.
I say Jane trusts Fetch here, and Sketch too, obviously, but mostly Fetch. To like, if he truly is like, this is a dog shit idea, we should not do this. She'll like back Fetch up and do whatever Fetch wants to do.
I'll take an inactive role on this.
Oh, where am I at? Survive. I always forget it's the hand. I click on every other one before the hand.
Yeah, still getting used to that.
At some point when we're far enough out, I do tell baby boy to let me go.
Ooh, these are both quite good. There are a couple of points where the caravan leader starts to make some questionable decisions, going in the same direction as recent large footprints and trying to go downhill into an area that you know is going to be a little bit muddy because it rained a couple days ago. Both of you have the good common sense to offer reasonable and helpful suggestions. And frankly, the caravan leader, who's just this older human man, seems relieved that you have caught him about to make a mistake and relieved that you're here to help. You definitely get the impression that he, frankly, is kind of terrified of this trip, and so are many of the people that he's brought with them. And so having a few people who seem competent, who seem skilled, who not only are good at fighting, but are good at navigating through the wilderness brings him some degree of comfort.
Yeah. Tell the Adendric people not to eat anything they find.
Of course, I'll make sure that they just stick to the provisions.
And tell that little mouse when he's like, oh, he can hear me now. He's cute.
I think you can probably tell him yourself if you want to. I'm a caravan leader, sir. I'm not much of a matchmaker. In truth, never had much luck with Cupid's arrow. Thankfully, going through Eden, the place is overgrown. There has not been a lot of societal maintenance for a couple of decades now. But there are still roads. They're overgrown, but they are cleared for the most part. And so the travel isn't too terribly difficult. The hard part is choosing when to stay on the road and when it is safer to either wait or take a diversion, because you can tell that there is monster activity nearby. Yeah, Zeke, what's up?
Just a minor thing. As we're traveling, I will do as I have been doing and keep up detect magic, kind of spamming as we go. Just middle of the caravan or whatever.
Perfect. Excellent. You occasionally get minor pings of people who are carrying magic items that are not known to you, and so they do show up on your radar. The impression... go and give me a perception check to parse the pings that you're getting. There are enough of them that you have to kind of comb through them.
Right.
Most of what you get is just mundane stuff. There is a mirror that stays perfectly clean. You can tell, actually, that the wheels on the other stagecoach appear to be enchanted some way or another. You can tell that one of the bags inside of the stagecoach is enchanted. It appears to be just a grain bag or a sack. There are a couple of people who seem to be married. They seem to be very close to each other, that are wearing a pair of rings that are enchanted. It's little things like that. Nothing really stands out to you as super conspicuous. It's mostly just mundane trinkets, probably imported from Wexisas.
When she realizes that the mirror in the ceiling of our stagecoach is magically enchanted to always stay clean, she'll get out and walk for a little bit. Just to kind of clear her head.
Fuck.
Branch also knows
that angle, but yeah, that makes sense.
what's been going on in that caravan, and probably doesn't spend time in there if he doesn't need to. Well,
it's just baby boy by himself in the sex wagon. Just
hey, so sometimes that's just how it is. Sometimes you just gotta leave the freaky tentacle monster to be in the sex carriage by itself.
Of course. So glad we've gone down this route.
Just accompany Jane while we're walking, and yeah, I wouldn't stay there if I were you either. You smoke at all?
I don't, but it won't bother me any if you do.
Your loss. And I'm just gonna pop this real quick.
Sidra Branch so badly just wants to have a smoking buddy. You got Zeke on character, you did Nordo.
Right. Nordo would have smoked with you.
Yeah. Well,
for what's worth, sorry to interrupt you, we can come right to this conversation, but once we get to where we're joining up with this caravan, and once it's obvious that there are many cheeky people here, I'm just going to keep my pistol, where it's not obvious.
Understood. Yeah.
Just because my understanding seems to be that the cheeky are not all that cool with guns on account of all the oppression against their people, so...
Understood.
Just remembered it because I told Branch I'd give him shooting lessons. And...
Yeah.
And that's precisely, it was and he pulls out the air repeater. He's like, do you think you can hit a moving target here?
I could certainly probably try, but maybe best not to draw more attention to ourselves than we need to out here.
We're in the middle of the woods. What's the issue?
Well, I mean, just wildlife around and plenty of reason.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. We can fire off some warning shots and scare any predators away. And he like raises the gun into the air. Do you do anything?
On a 14, I think that's enough to be. That's not quite what I meant. That might attract creatures more so than scare them off.
I guess you use these things more than me.
How do you
Shit.
disarm someone with the boomerang? Is that possible?
You could just hit the weapon really hard. I'm pretty sure that's a thing you can try to do. I'll have to take a look and see if you can disarm with thrown weapons. Do you want to try it? Are you doing that right now?
Oh, heck yeah, that's awesome.
Do it. Yeah, of course. It has to be possible. It was in the movies.
Disarm. One hand free.
Drake says no, and he knows everything
does.
that you cannot do in this game.
Oh, he does. If there's something you can't do in PF2, Drake knows it. With that said, as Rule 0 dictates, I'll let you try to do anything. You'll just take a penalty to it. So if you want to try to give me an attack roll... Well, I mean, there you have it. Yeah, shit. Critical success. You knock the item out of the target's grasp and it falls to the ground in the target space. Fuck your penalty, I guess. By the way, I think we've rolled 3 consecutive nat 20s so far this session. There have not been many rolls, and they've all been nat 20s.
I got a nat 1.
Oh, that's true. So anyway, as you guys are having this conversation, a boomerang... Well, you tell me, Fetch, what happens?
Oh, the boomerang flies in, smacks into the gun, knocks it on the ground. I rolled a nat 20, so it like boomerangs back to me, and then I just catch it and keep walking.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. No comment.
Hey!
I was about to say the other thing is, I think the guns are a bit of a sore subject for Zulakara.
You're kidding me. You're telling me none of these people are strapped.
No, in truth, it's as strange to me as it is to you, I think, at least in some ways. Where I come from, everybody's got a piece, but things are done different in our neighbors' land.
Yeah, Branch will just pick the gun back up and give Fetch a stink eye, and turn back to Jean like, I don't think we're on the bottom of that list anymore, considering everyone else here. So, if you're willing to throw a bunch of people under the bus to, I don't know, keep our asses safe, I guess that's good, but do you feel at least a little bad for most of them?
Oh, you mean them? And she kind of looks over at the commoner folk that are traveling in this caravan.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
They're gonna be chewed up and spit out here on the way there, right? That's what we got that entire talk from Darbin and what Rita would tell us when we did dangerous jobs.
Well, they have paid good money for us to protect them. I'll do my best.
Think you could give them a bit more security than just walking behind them solemnly?
She raises one of her hands that has her spellbook in it, the kingship. Says, it may not look like I'm doing anything, but I'm keeping an eye out for magic. It's not nothing.
Did you find any yet?
Nothing terribly interesting. The mirror in there's magic. Don't know if you knew that. The ceiling mirror in Howard's stagecoach.
Oh, is that why it's always clean?
Yeah, just a little bit of prestidigitation on there. I can't say as I've ever seen that use of it.
You really dropped the ball on getting the caravan, dude.
That mirror's broken.
What?
Mirror's broken?
Did you break the mirror, baby boy?
Oh no, it's just broken. See, come here. And he'll goes back in there. See, look, and he just moves. It's working normally. See, look, and he does a little spin. See?
Yeah.
And he points at it.
Baby boy keeps pointing in the mirror, suggesting that something is wrong with it. It looks totally normal to all of you.
Does it look totally normal to me? Can I make a check about this?
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Shakily, Branch is gonna put a hand on the mirror, and that'll be my perception check.
Yeah, give me a perception check. Yeah, you guys both go in, you look at it, Branch reaches up and touches it. You can tell that it is magically enchanted. There's a faint kind of electric buzz when you reach out and make contact with it, but it seems like a totally normal mirror. There's nothing weird about it.
I guess I'm mostly wondering, like, does Baby Boy look normal in it? Like, does he look like himself?
Yeah, you carefully look at Baby Boy, and the reflection looks exactly like you would expect. It's totally normal.
What makes you say it's broken, Baby Boy?
Oh, because look, and he like waves his hand, and it like it just follows his motion. See, it's it's fast. I guess it's too fast. How am I supposed to see what's behind me? See, look, and he like, thins like that. I can't see my back.
I gotta be honest with you, Baby Boy. You've completely lost me here.
I guess there's no delay.
Are mirrors not supposed to follow you?
Oh, they do, but they follow you slowly. That way you can do something and then you can see it. For what it's worth, you guys probably remember whenever in the place we all went and we did the scrying on the neck on the collar. Whenever he put the collar on, he did a spin in the mirror, and the mirror did have a delay where it he was able to watch himself spin in the mirror.
That's true.
Oh, gotcha.
That, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, baby, you have bones in your tentacles.
Oh, I.
It's unlike any octopus I've ever eaten.
Oh, not the octopus, Baby Boy.
Oh yeah, you are. You're Baby Boy, and don't you ever forget that, kid. All right. I'm gonna go get some fresh air. You have fun with the mirror.
As you guys step out, and as you're continuing forward, both of you, or all of you, I should say, hear back to back the sound of two distant gunshots ahead of you. Everybody kind of stops. Everybody gets real quiet for a second. And as everybody gets real quiet, you start to hear shouting coming from around a bend ahead of you. The sound of a mule braying, people shouting. What do you do?
Real quick, before we even run up to look much more at it, I will step up next to Branch. So, here, I'll give an example of what we talked about earlier. And I will cast anxiety on Branch. Branch, you start to just see yourself start moving just a moment before you actually start moving to go over in the direction like you're just on high alert, on edge. For the next 10 minutes, you get +1 to your next initiative roll.
It's weird. I feel a sudden urge not to say anything anymore.
Good, it works. And then she'll start walking forward.
All right. As you guys start to push forward, you come around, and what you see ahead of you is this. There is a bridge that crosses over a ravine. And in the middle of that bridge is another stagecoach, one that is not part of your caravan. They are strangers to you. You can see that there are a couple of humans that are they're rustling in and out of there. You can see that they have muskets that have recently been shot, that they're trying to frantically reload. They're yelling orders back and forth to each other in Drewski, which I don't know if any of you guys speak. And you can see that ahead of them are a pair of what look like mercenaries or adventurers of some sort that are quickly loading up crossbows, which they have trained on a pack of creatures at the far end of the bridge that are down low on all fours, snarling, circling like a pack of wolves that seems to have stumbled upon some sort of easy prey. And this is, we're going to roll initiative. You guys can do whatever you want, but time now matters.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the wargs. Give them the donkey.
So, I had to refresh it, and now it may not ever work again.
Oh no.
Oh wait, it's coming back.
I have a question for you, Feck.
Yes.
This is what I've been assuming that this is okay, but just to double check. I have my weird thing that lets me decide if I want to take a 10 for my initiative or roll 50-50 or whatever on it. Are you okay with me seeing everybody else's initiative rolls before I make that choice?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Oh, I didn't realize you were a cheater, Zeke.
I am a cheater.
It says that there's no encounter.
If you are not cheating, you are not trying.
Oh, there should be. Are you... Let me try reactivating that map, just in case that's the problem. How about now?
There is no active encounter in your current viewed scene.
Weird. Let me just roll it for you.
No.
Well, let me just put you in there. You should be able to roll it now. Maybe, hopefully.
I still see like an empty encounter window.
Did you turn on your aggro?
I just did that for him, so it should... This sounds like it's a client-side problem. I hate to tell
I'll
you to reload
refresh
again.
again.
Yeah.
Alright. I've got enough data to act on now, though.
Huh. Data, because you're a robot?
Yuck, 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 yuck. It's because I'm a robot, you see.
Look what I learned to do.
Two.
That's so many dice. What the
So
fuck?
many. Look at all those dice.
Woo!
Wild and crazy. Alright, I'm going to use my Chrono Skimmer shit to
I'll
make a
get there
flat check
eventually, guys.
to see if I'm getting a 19 or a 1 on this. Balls.
Balls.
Okay, it looks like I can see people now.
Awesome. How appropriate for Fetch and Sketch to be at the top of this? I thought I saw a text in there somewhere. Yeah. Don't worry, you get to fight soon. Soon being 7 days from today.
But not before your party spends 2.5 hours talking about Star Wars and Outer Wilds.
You know, at the start of the session where I was like, oh, we're only going to get through half of what I prepped? What I meant is 10% of what I prepped.
We're not going to start on what you prepped.
Yep. All right. As you guys come around the corner, the wargs kind of take it as their cue as like, oh shit, this is no longer a negotiation, it's mealtime. And so the first of these wargs, kind of a younger one, a little bit less control, self-control, is going to kick things off. It runs up. Fast. And it is going to use its second action to try to bite this mercenary.
Is this part of our caravan?
No, these are strangers that you have never
Oh.
seen before.
What are we doing, guys?
Nothing yet. We're just watching some wargs eat some people right now so we can take their money.
Yep, that first one kind of jumps ahead of the rest of the pack and fucks up bad. That brings us to Fetch.
Run forward. Is action 1. Free action. I'm begging them. Just give them the donkey. And then action 2, I'm going to try to bean somebody with a boomerang.
Hell yeah, let's go. Oh, weird. I will mark him up. Oh, that does actually put him before a couple of wargs,
I
actually.
say it moves them up significantly, or not significantly, but meaningfully.
Boomerang goes wide towards that first one.
I don't have enough actions to rebounding strike anymore, or bounding toss anymore. But the boomerang does come back, and I can swing again with Matt.
Hell yeah, bring it. I should probably begin encounter, shouldn't I? The second one is a hit, even at range. As the boomerang sails past, you watch as this mercenary kind of instinctively flinches away from it, and it smacks into the warg. 8 points of bludgeoning damage. That
Oh,
brings
wrong
us-
word.
Oh, shit, which one are you on? Oh, you're doing the one way back there. Hell yeah.
Yeah, so for a couple of reasons. A, it's within range for rebounding toss, although that didn't happen. And B, if I hit the baby, it'll cry, and that'll demoralize them.
Oh, I do like where your head's at.
That's the spirit.
That is the spirit. Always attack the children first to demoralize the parents.
Right.
Sketch, you're up.
Attacking someone's child famously demoralizes them.
Yes.
Yep. Does not enrage them. Let's see. Oh, I'm fleet now.
You're fleet.
So does that make me? Is it me 30?
Should be 30.
Okay. We'll move 1 for 30. 2 for 30. And then I will use my final action to prep for next turn. And I don't think I've used this feature yet. Let's see. Sketch is going to pull out both of his knives, ready to strike with the next turn here. And he's going to channel some elemental energy to conjure up some elemental fire down his arms and his blades.
Ooh. Oh, it's only showing like the top part of that. It doesn't give me all the cool flavor tabs.
Yeah, it was weird.
Oh,
You gotta,
weird.
like, expand it.
Oh, you have to expand it by clicking it. That's weird.
Okay, weird. Why did it do that?
Let's see. Choose 1d6 of the indicated type. Sick. Yeah, fire wraps down your arm. Begins to coat your blades. I believe that is all 3 actions, yeah?
Yep.
Alright, that brings us to one of these. Interesting. I think for the time being, Mithric is going to just fire a crossbow towards this little ward. But you can tell that they're both kind of looking over their shoulders, almost unsure if you guys are friend or foe, even after you have attacked the ward. But eventually realize, like, there are bigger problems at hand. Mithric lowers a hand crossbow and fires. Shot goes wide. Second action stick. Third action pulls out this small spear that is kind of in a holster at their left side, and you can see that at the end of the spear there is a thin but sturdy chain, and we'll try to stab. That is a hit for a little bit of damage. And that brings us back to everybody who is at the other cart. You hear more shouting in Drewski. The younger one begins fumbling with a heavy padlock on the cart, while the older one is going to basically spend all 3 of his actions trying to reload his musket. It's very obvious that he is not trained and not good at this. He is using a musket at normal people speeds instead of adventurer speeds. Which brings us to more of the ward. The one that Fetch hit is going to run forward. Flank. Comes up behind the distracted mercenary and tries to bite. For a big hit. Got 8 points of damage, and then we'll use the third action to try to drag that mercenary down. And by try to, I mean succeed. We have side initiative going on, don't we? Damn. Damn shit.
It's because of me.
It's true.
And Branch. And Baby Boy.
Alright, the other mercenary is going to fire point blank into the injured one in front of him. For a hit. Come on. And how does this work? As the bolt sinks in, you can all see that there is a little bit of a green trickle that comes down from the bolt, sticks out of the neck. And the work shakes and kind of flinches a little bit, yelps and looks over towards the bolt. The mercenary is then going to try to strike with the same spear thing. Hitting. Not quite enough to finish off this last one. One more time with map 10. For a miss. That brings us to all of the other wargs.
For some reason, for me, the encounter is just like really messed up. It doesn't even show that like the enemies have like an initiative count, and it's like going through it really weirdly.
Weird. I'll take a look afterwards. I wonder if it's like a browser thing, maybe? Or it could just be Foundry acting weird.
Yeah. I just don't want to restart it again just in case.
Yeah, fair. This warg is going to run over towards Sketch. And with the second action, it's going to try to leap up and try to pounce on you with his jaw. For a natural one. God damn it. One more time with Matt. You easily, as this thing runs up, are able to just kind of square off against it, keep it in your sight, and it is not able to get a good angle on you. It becomes very clear to you that these things are pack hunters. They do not do well one-on-one. The second one is going to run up and try to get this mercenary, who is prone. Oh, that's not good for him. And you know it's just going to do a second attack while it's down. For another hit. That brings us to the big one. The big one is going to stride all the way up into the middle of this clusterfuck, actually. And second action, team up on the injured one. For another crit. Lucky son of a bitch rolls minimum damage. Oop, wrong person. And one more time. For a miss. Branch, you're up.
Branch will use 2 actions to move 50 feet up next to Sketch.
Excellent.
Oh. Whatever, I'll figure it out later. After I move 50 feet, I'm going to use my final action to raise 1 foot in the air and then fling the chain around my leg in order to like essentially wrap the chain around my leg as it's like attached to my hand too, and use that as just a little stylish performance thing to get panache for next turn.
Hell yeah, get that distracting paint up or whatever that's called. Perfect. Give me a performance check. I think it was against their will DC, right?
E. Or I can do acrobatics now with her
that's true.
instead.
Yeah,
Yep.
because you got acrobatic performer. And do you still get your? Oh my god! I was going to say you still get your +1, but you don't fucking need it. Geez, you get more on a crit, right? How's this work?
Let me look.
Yeah, let's go find out. Let's find out. I think it was your first time doing it. Fascinating performance. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay, it is the fascinate. Succeed. They're fascinated by 1 round. Okay, right, excellent. So, because it's critical success, you don't just get panache. This thing also does become fully fascinated by you. Not as effective on a wolf as it would be for, like, somebody who needs to use their brain while they're fighting. But for what it's worth, they're fascinated.
Can I... Oh, I was already targeting the juvenile, right? I was going to ask if I could target the warg instead, but...
I'm fine with that. That's fine.
Alright. Fair. Yeah. Branch just tries to look as tall as possible while making a lot of noise with the fucking whip.
All right.
And yeah.
For what it's worth, this thing, even though it is not a spellcaster, it still locks eyes with you and it seems entranced by you. It seems to have a hard time even paying attention to other things. You effectively have its attention. It seems to want to come over towards you. Taunt successful. That brings us to the last little one. The last little one sees an opening to go help his buddy, and that is what they are trained to do. So this one runs over to Sketch. And doesn't have enough movement to flank, but it still gets pack tactic. Second action attack. No! Sketch is killing it over here. Third action. Misses. That brings us to Jane.
Okay. Jane will go sort of running up along the bridge over next to Fetch. And while she's running, she reaches down to her little hip holster and pulls out her top and holds her palm out flat up. Top starts to kind of like spin in it. And it starts like spinning forward and then spinning backward and spinning both ways. And as she does, she looks at Branch and at Fetch. And she will synchronize their timelines. So Branch and Fetch, anytime either one of you moves, the other can use the reaction to move.
Nice. Alright, I believe that's all
That's
for
my turn.
action. That brings us to Baby Boy.
All right, I have a question. How
Yes.
do bursts work?
Bursts
Because-
are like grenade explosions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it, says, like, pick a single corner of a square, and I know that we're using hexagons.
Yeah, so you can either pick... so effectively, a 5-foot burst would hit a 3-hexagon cluster. You pick one of the intersections of the hexagons, and you burst outward from that.
Okay. I want to hit as many of these guys as possible, and I want to do 10.
You have a
Yeah,
10-foot burst?
Mhm.
Excellent. So that means we're going to click this corner and drag out 10 feet. Yeah, there you go. You could hit 4 of those if you wanted,
Without hitting it with any allies?
without hitting any allies.
Cool. So at first, Baby Boy's just kind of standing there, probably has his arm crossed. Doesn't really seem at all interested in this battle. But in the moment Jane steps in and starts fighting, he, like, gets into fighting stance. Mayor starts doing his little pulse thingy. Baby Boy starts doing his little dance thingy. And then as he's doing that, his tentacles reach into the back of mass of his tentacles and pull out the 4 puppets he has of Jane, Fetch, Sketch, and Branch.
Uh-huh.
And he brings up to his face and he starts to whisper to them. And normally when he uses his magic is very, like, warping of reality. But, like, as he's whispering to these things, everyone around him can kind of hear a voice whispering, their own voice whispering to them and, like, giggling and laughing. And these puppets then start to morph and turn into, like, echo versions of the puppets. Jane, you can probably recognize the echo version of, well, you probably don't recognize it, other people do. And these things start to thrash around. They get, like, sharp teeth and everything. They look like they're starting to gain some life. And I cast Puppet Master. And they fly over here and they just start thrashing around, attacking these people.
Hell yeah. I was just going to hurl themselves into a chaotic flurry of debris. 2d10 with a basic reflex save to each creature in the area, and it's sustained. All right, excellent.
Yeah. And Baby Boy is just laughing. Whatever he has whispered to these things is very funny.
Excellent. Let's see. These 4 need to make reflex save. Oh, I sure can. Look at that.
Wow.
Fail, success, fail. Let's see, which one is this one? The farthest back juvenile warg succeeds, the rest take full damage. Give me some damage. Excellent. Half for you.
And these things just keep kind of just scurrying around.
You do see, when you smack this juvenile warg next to his mama, The mama instinctively, like just a basic primal evolutionary reaction, snaps towards the puppet and bites down. And the puppet, being a magical force, kind of wriggles its way free and is unharmed. But it becomes very clear to you that this warg is extremely protective of its young.
Yeah. Also, this area, these things are flying around this area. This area does not look safe to enter.
Okay, no, I'll keep this thing in here then.
And then I'm just going to... I guess I'll probably move up. That should mean... That.
Alright, excellent. At the bottom of the round, you watch as the four cheeky behind you kind of motion for all of the commoners to just get back and get behind them. And they each kind of take a lower stance, and they begin to speak a combination of the primordial languages, the elemental languages, and cheeky. And one by one, you watch as a little water elemental, a little metal elemental, a little zephyr hawk,
A snail.
pop out in front of the three of them. And you watch... I've got this back. And you watch as Kyra tries to do this, but you can see she's struggling, she's frustrated, and you see a tiny little mote of flame start to appear in front of her, but then it withers out, and she does not successfully summon. That brings us back to the top of the round. One more little babies. This one is very injured. Gonna try to attack Mithric, who's almost down. Good luck, Mithric. Just misses with map. Lucky son of a bitch. One more time, map 10.
Oh.
Oh! At the very end, with an exact hit, we do 7 points of damage, which I believe just knocks Mithric out. You watch as this mercenary drops to the ground. That does bring it to Fetch's turn.
All right. Move 30 feet. Target. And I'm going to whip out the old hatchet.
First one goes wide. Branch, you can use your reaction to move right now if you'd like.
Oh, yeah. I want to move right next to Large and in charge.
All right, noted. Second swing also goes wide. Fetch, rare moment of fumbles.
True. I'm out.
All right, that brings us to Sketch.
Okay. Let's see. This area looks dangerous.
It sure does. There's a bunch of angry puppets of all of you guys twisted into echo aberrations that are just attacking everything in that area.
Horrifying. Cool. I can still reach in there and hit things, though, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, mechanically, I have to use sustainability to like even do anything more.
Okay, cool. Let's see. Let's just make some attacks with my elemental damage. It's a d6 I get to add, I think, if I hit, right?
I believe that is correct.
I'll just do it again.
Yeah, let's see it again.
Oh, wait.
Yes, T6.
The warg would have been flat-footed if I moved here, right? But that's like a damage circle.
It is a damage circle. You'd have to like take some damage to go in there.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Attack. Let's do one hit. Oh, goodness. Didn't roll it.
That +10 button should do it.
Oh, well, there we go. That's nice.
That's a critical with an extra. The d6 will get doubled as well. I think the d6
Cool.
might
Let's
be
see if it's built in. I'll just hit critical.
Yeah, let's find out. Yeah, sure is.
Yep, cool.
Oh. Shame about
That was
the rolls.
that was a little sad.
Sad rolls, but still 6 points of damage.
Cool. We'll go another one with map. Swing the other knife.
That is another hit. In fact, is that a crit? That is another crit.
Cool.
crit on map. Crit on map. There's some.
There we
proper
go.
fucking
That's
damage.
better.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, you just eviscerate this thing, sink the dagger in, and it drops. Its fur still just starting to flare up in flames around where the dagger sunk in.
Cool. Let's see. I'll just swing one more time with more map. Why not?
Good luck. That one is no good.
Oh,
I like
that's
this
all
bad
three.
sound.
Thank you.
All right, that is going to bring us to the coachman. Boy, I think it is at this point that the coachman sees what's going on, sees that one of his mercenaries has fallen. You see his eyes go wide with panic, and he hops off, uses an action to grab his son by the arm and starts to run. That brings us to all of these work. This one is going to come over here and help his friend.
As these guys run by me, do they look rich as shit?
What a good question. I would say, like, passively, they don't actually. They look a little meager.
Okay.
Even the rifle that they're using looks like it is a big old, like, hand-me-down. This thing has seen some better days.
I was misreading the token. He looked rich as shit to me.
Fair. No, he kind of looks like a coachman with just a big, long trench jacket on. He's got a cane that he seems to need sometimes, but not when he's running on adrenaline. And you can tell he walks with a little bit of a limp still. But it's more of a walking cane than a needed cane.
Got it.
First stride to go flank sketch. We got to deal with that flaming knife. Let's go.
You can try.
19, ooh, misses. And last with map. Misses.
That was narrowly a 20 on my screen, almost a 20.
Oh, Janaya, what do you do? What do you do? I think she's going to use her first action to step. Kind of just trying to say, don't fuck with this anymore. Second action, we're going to swing on the nearly dead war. Try to finish it up. Oh, Janaya.
Oh boy.
Third action. No,
Oh.
no, it's not looking good. And now that you're closer, Branch and Sketch and Fetch, you see that these two, at first glance, kind of just like human. But now that you're up close, they are very pale, almost gray skin. Their eyes are kind of this blank, stormy, cloudy gray. You might... In fact, I don't know if any of you would actually know immediately what they are, but we can roll some things about it later. But either way, she has stood over with kind of this dour, blank expression, and is just trying to fend off these wargs as best as she can. That brings us to the next one, though. This is the one flanking Sketch. Let's go. There's a hit. Uh, 10 points of damage. Kind of waiting for the one behind you to go for your ankle. This one suddenly jumps up towards your shoulder and yanks and pulls. A little bit of blood starts to trickle out around the wound. Second action, it is going to yank you down to the ground. This is automatic. You are knocked prone. And third action, it is going to stride to get out of these puppets. Brings us to Juvenile Warg over here. This one repositions to flank on Janaya. For a 9 and a miss. That brings us to the big warg, who is locked eyes with you, Brand.
Mm-hmm.
It will first step. It's not quite stupid enough to stay in the puppet. And with its second action is going to lash out with these big toothed jaws. Just avoids a critical hit. 28 hits for 6 points of piercing damage, and it will use its third action to clamp down around you and grab you.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Let's see, plus 41, minus 6, plus 35 health. That brings us to Branch. You are grabbed by this thing.
Oh.
Which does a lot of shitty stuff to you, including making you flat-footed.
Okay. Can I take an action to try and pry it off?
Absolutely. So you would basically just make an attack roll against whatever its DC is. Let me take a look. Notably, trying to escape a grapple counts as an attack for map.
Okay. I'll do it.
Cool. The DC here is...
What do you mean by attack for map? You guys keep saying that.
So if you were to escape a grapple and then take a swing, you would have -5 because you've already used an attack action. That's
It's okay. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Just an attack, like with a weapon, or just.
Let's see. It is. You can either do. Actually, your acrobatics is probably best. You can either do acrobatics, athletics, or an unarmed strike.
Yeah, I'll do acrobatics. An acrobatics check. Well.
Double checking its DC. DC is... Where is this listed on the monster sheet? This should be in a more obvious spot. Oh, there you go. DC 16. You just made it. So first action, you were able to break free of this. You are no longer grabbed.
All right. Branch throws this thing off him, and with the chain still wrapped around its leg and it now like stumbling after probably being launched, he's gonna do a little breakdance flare to try and sweep its legs and make it go flat-footed with this guy, the unbalancing finisher, because I have panache from last turn, right?
Yes, you sure do.
Yep. Okay. There we go. And then if that hits, or I should roll that first, right?
Yeah. So if you hit and deal damage, it becomes off guard for a full round.
Okay.
That is a hit.
There's the -1 with the chain itself, though. But,
that is already built in.
Okay. Nice. And now that it's flat-footed, and Branch is doing a handstand from the flare, he's just gonna bring his entire body down on this thing's neck with the map attack.
Go and give me damage from that first one first.
Oh, yeah.
Note that because that is a finisher, it does consume your panache.
Yeah. 4 damage, and then 1 more hit with map, right?
Yep.
Map 5, yeah.
Yep. Or no, 10 because of the...
oh, yeah.
It's a miss either way, but... Yeah.
There we go.
All right. Still, though, with your successful finisher attack, this thing remains off-kilter. Its head is kind of wobbling side to side as you have kind of knocked it out of its wits for a little. That brings us down to Jane.
All right, Jane will lift her hand up, begin casting a spell. In her palm, there appears what looks kind of just like a basic bitch, sort of like magic missile. Just like a little dart of magical kind of blue-white force. And she launches it, and then it just like disappears, jumps forward in time, and arrives at its point of impact. I will do reach spell so that I have range.
Nice.
And Branch, magic missile just appears right next to you and then blasts into this itty-bitty little ward back here.
Ooh,
Hell yeah!
damn. That is a critical hit. This thing has
Absolute waste on this thing's 1 hit point.
It has literally 1 hit point left, but let's see how much you overkill it.
Nice.
Yeah, this thing just, like putting down a dog, drops. Like old Yeller. Yep.
We all thought it.
We all thought of Yeller.
Yep.
That's it for me.
All right, that brings us to Baby Boy.
Cool. Well, nothing's in there anymore, so it's a waste of an action to do anything with that. First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to roll to see if it happens, and I'm going to describe it in case it misses. But I'm going to amp this. Let me target it. So this creature will be flat-footed against me. I don't know if I can add that to it or not.
Pew, there you go. Wow, what a depressing lock-in.
Yeah, it really was. And it's like, wow, that was a movie choice.
Jesus, you guys
Cool.
are critting like
So
nuts
this
today.
is going to be really gross.
Gross.
So- A whole bunch of my little anomalies appear around me as I activate my amp. And normally I create like a little wormhole, but I'm amping it this time. So instead, 9 little like rips in reality appear behind me, and I shove my tentacles inside of them. And you can see as inside his body cavity, they are writhing and wiggling around as I am attacking him from the inside.
Oh, don't
Ugh.
like that. 9 points of damage.
I think it should be more than that, shouldn't it?
Oh,
I'm
is that
looking
just
at
the normal damage?
I'm
Oh,
looking
it
at
is,
the amp heightened. It should be like 2d4 for every 1 level of heightened. I guess so. I don't know how that would work because like it's a cantrip, right?
So on a success, you deal 1d4. On amp heightens, the bolt's damage increases by 2d4. So you should actually throw 1 more d4 on there, and then it all gets doubled. Suffice to say, you have massively overkilled this thing. And I'll
Yeah.
hope you try to
So
get that set up in future sessions.
the tentacles just probably rip him open from the inside. I'm not gonna get too visceral at it, but yeah, his torso gets ripped open by my tentacles, and then I slither in the back to my holes, and I just like do that, that samurai thing where they like flick their sword and all the blood comes off. I do that.
Oh, wonderful.
Ugh.
Yeah, this thing is wrecked.
And yeah, sure, I'll just use my last action to just sustain because I'm not gonna move. I'll keep people from getting flanked.
All right, bottom of the round. You do see that the cheeky people behind you move up a little, doing their best to basically let the man through, and then close in behind him with their elementals to make sure that nothing else crosses the bridge towards the merchants and commoners. And you do see that now, finally, Kaira is able to successfully summon her elemental.
Oh, she did it.
She did it.
I'm so proud of her.
This little
Hers is the
fiery
cutest.
amber
Oh,
leaf
it's
cub,
the cutest one. It's not
Aw.
even close.
which
Yep.
immediately runs over to the nearest bush and starts playing it.
Honestly,
Burned down the whole
my
jungle. I love
my
it.
my statement stays the same. Still the best one.
Mithric needs to make his first death save. Good luck, Mithric.
I do have a soft spot for Ferrogast, though.
I like Farraghast. Farraghast
Farraghast is
still
fine.
He's just a regular snail.
That's good. Stable, actually. Mithric stabilizes. That brings us to Fetch.
Yeah.
Branch, you can use your action to move if you want.
Oh.
I think if you move here, you can flank her.
Can I?
Yeah.
Oh, is that a
Oh, it's
space?
true, yeah.
Sure is.
Okay. Yep.
Thank
you.
Thanks to Flatfoot, that does hit. Teamwork. Brother. Oh, so that one, for some reason, I'm not updating on screen. That one's dead. But I will let you move around to, like, here if you want. Let me just pull this up. I don't know why it's not updating. Alright, that's a hit. It's a hit if you hop up on the stagecoach, which looks really cool, so you can flank.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
Do it.
There we go.
And then now you can steal their horse.
True.
Let's see, so that's a move a strike. Now I have a second strike. Can I do snagging? I can. I do a little snagging strike.
Hey, don't forget your damage from that first one. Alright, start chopping in, and then snagging strike for the second. A miss, unfortunate.
Rude. that'll do it for me.
All right, that's the reaction. Sketch. Sketch tearing it up this fight so far.
Yeah, this is great. Let's see. You're that's off guard even if I leave, right? Considering you use snagging strike. Or no?
I didn't
yes.
hit it, so it's not snagged.
Yeah, only on.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
The warg is still flat-footed, right?
Yes,
From-
the warg is or flat-footed. Or well, perma for a round.
I don't want to waste this elemental assault. Yeah, I'm gonna have to kill seal. I'm sorry.
Oh, feel free.
Little competition between the twins. Never.
The sharing, the twin sharing, just like they were trying
Yeah,
to
we
share
share.
target.
Yeah, twin share.
Your kills count as my kills, and vice versa.
Also, did you call him Dargan?
I don't. Okay, listen, we all know who I am.
It's so easy.
My favorite part is that I'm bad with names, but I just don't try. I say like, oh, that guy,
Right.
that guy whose name I forgot.
I'm going to try.
I
I'm going to
respect-
try at least a little
I
bit.
respect so much that you do try and that it consistently comes out just a little wrong.
Like, what is his name?
Darbin.
Darban.
Darwin Dargan. I was so close.
I'm Randy boy.
Randy boy.
Oh, wait, are you Sketch? So you have to use one action to stand up from prone if you want. It'll bump your attack up by 2. It's up to you.
Oh,
In other words, did you start your turn by standing up?
yeah, I probably should,
Okay.
because otherwise I'm going to be attacking with map and that. so.
The good news is that does bump it from a 22 to a 24, which is a crit because you're flanking.
That's more fun.
Yeah. 10 points of
Wow,
damage.
not a great roll.
Get him from behind while your brother gets him from the front.
No. Stop it. That's
It's a dog.
You decapitate this one as well. Rack
Yep.
up killed.
Hell yeah.
one action left.
Okay. God damn it, I think that's 2 actions.
You could hold it and
Best
you can use it
dog
to move.
murderer.
But if you want to try to steal that kill, you gotta throw it. You gotta throw that dagger.
You're gonna throw that dagger?
It's a wish knife, so it doesn't have the thrown property,
You
so
just
I
have to
can't throw it.
make a wish
Just
and throw it.
you absolute bitch.
I've made it very clear.
Fucking
You can
throw it.
try to do anything. You're just gonna
Okay.
suffer a penalty.
Maybe your puppet self will help.
I gotta
Puppet
tell you,
itself could grab it. That's a good idea.
you're gonna
Okay.
suffer a penalty here, but you can try.
Well, because I'm throwing it through a cloud of puppets at a guy who's over here with a weapon that's not meant to be thrown.
Right,
Why
yeah.
on earth would I take a penalty for it?
That.
How much
Does
does it
the penalty
matter?
effect? How much is the penalty?
The penalty is a -4, which is 23. I think that still hits. Yeah, that
It's
still
flat,
hits.
and it's also
It
flat-footed.
is flat-footed. That doesn't make it a crit, but yeah. Yeah,
Damn.
That,
That would have been really cool.
yeah,
but
net 17, you can have it.
yay!
Appropriate. I'm glad
Fine.
you didn't make me regret letting you try that. 4 points of damage, and the dagger sticks into the side of this warg's neck.
Oh, and I gotta go get it.
Yeah, you
Quick,
sure
Branch,
do.
throw the warg off the bridge. Hurry.
I should. Yeah.
Okay, that's all 3 though.
All right, Mr. Baranoff. Get down, Mr. Baranoff. That brings us to Janaya.
Elemental energy fizzles out. Just kind of wicks out.
Damn shame. Janaya knows how flanking works. Let's go. Oh, right, this thing is off guard. She has not reloaded that, so she just kind of has to... actually, she has exacted the right tool for that.
Is it the butt of the gun?
No, it's her weird...
Is it
So
a
they have these,
potion?
they're called Ackles? I need to look up the pronunciation. It's a weird old Roman weapon, apparently. It's like a small javelin with a chain on the back of it so that it's tethered. Anyway. She's going to try to reach around and strangle this fucker with the chain.
Oh. Solidarity, brother.
+2 to
Sister.
this. 2. Add. Go. Oh, it was already built in. Look at that. That's cool.
I think it might be called a rope dart or a rope javelin.
Oh,
Whoa! Look,
damn.
she loves this person that she's with.
Oh my god, this warg is
Go,
not just grappled,
wow.
they are full-ass restrained. And I gotta tell you, in PF2, restrained sucks. Can't move, off guard, immobilized, and can't use any attack or manipulate traits until they escape. This thing is
yikes.
unable to attack while it is restrained. Spoilers, getting restrained fucking sucks. Not only that, it takes double the normal damage of a strangle because it was a crit. Let's go. Here's a little vengeance. 22. Didn't expect her to kick this much ass. Oh my god, she killed it. Well, there you have it. Hired hand, this mercenary is furious, but doesn't show even a hint of it on her face. She just gets this cold expression, kind of extends this Atlas, whips it around this warg's neck, and with a yank, you hear bones crunch and snap, and it drops. That was one action. I guess she'll turn around. This thing is lower level than you guys are, by the way. That was just a wild...
She did great.
She did
We're
great.
proud of her.
We're going to turn around and stab this fucker.
I need to know if my knife was the only reason she succeeded.
Oh, I didn't look at the health beforehand. It might have been.
Okay.
It had to be close. That thing had a lot of health.
I'll consider it an assist. I've gotten.
Yeah, oh yeah, you get it. Oops, not critical.
Kind of hoping she would just go full Rambo on the rest of them.
They're kind of trying to over here. She hasn't missed yet. No, she's mad.
Dang.
She's angry.
She's angry. Good damage rolls too. Holy shit. All right, that brings us to the last remaining warg, who I think sees that it is the last one standing and step, stride, stride.
Yeah, fair.
Brant.
Throw the dagger off the bridge.
Branch is gonna just feel a little bit of self-confidence diminish after he just saw someone else use a chain much better than he's ever.
Is it because she has 2 arms?
Oh,
It could be the 2 arms that might be helping her.
it might be.
Yeah, Branch has his chain currently wrapped around his leg. He did like neat stuff with it, but 4 damage. Nah.
I will say, you do look much cooler doing it.
Oh, 100%.
And that's what really matters.
And that's the end of the turn. We're gonna let the warg run off.
Alright. Jane. I don't know if you can.
Yes, I'm not chasing down a warg anyway. It's running off for its life. I don't give a shit about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop concentration on this. So.
Alright. Baby boy, I'm just gonna run through here real quick. Do you have anything you want to catch it with?
No, I wasn't sure if Jane was gonna go like get like I know she has like a med kit, so I don't want to like skip her turn. I just meant like.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, I just meant that I was gonna. I just meant that I was gonna drop concentration, so it's no longer like a dangerous area for friends.
A bad medicine check can like fuck.
Oh
him up,
yeah, we could heal
I'm
the
not that
guy.
bad at it. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah. So a bad medicine check can hurt here, but it would have to be. I think you have to get a 5 or lower to hurt.
Okay, I'll use. It's just one action.
Oh my god. Yes? Let me go double check this real quick. I can never remember if this is with or without battle medicine.
Great would know.
Let me.
My
give
gut
you a hand
says
there.
my gut says that treat wounds is 10 minutes if you don't have battle medicine. It is. So unless you have battle medicine,
I'm just like trying to stabilize.
Oh yeah, let's see stabilize that.
Just rub some dirt on it.
Skills, medicine. Untrained, administer first aid. 2 actions.
Okay, in that case, I can't get there in time, so I'll just stay right where I am.
Alright, noted. There we
And
go.
also
There's
because I
healing
don't
plaster.
care about this guy.
Yeah, fair.
Incidentally, I cannot use that because I realized just now that the duration is only 10 minutes. My idea was I was just going to put healing plasters in everybody's pockets.
Just sneaking mud into everyone's pockets.
Wrapped in a leaf or something.
That's fair. Alright. Do you have any way to treat this turn, or should we jump to sketch?
Yeah, I think I can help. Move. I can't do healing plaster because that takes an action. And I need 2 actions to do the medicine. So we'll do it live.
As you come up there with the healing plaster, you do see that most of his injuries have kind of stabilized a bit, and you're able to finish things up. Effectively, he was already stabilized, but you make sure that he doesn't continue to bleed out. And more importantly, when you come over and make it clear that you're trying to help, you watch as Janai kind of turns around and looks at you with kind of a cold, calculating expression at first, and then realizes, okay, you're not hurting this person. She gives you a little bit of space, and she continues to watch where... she probably actually will take her turn to load and fire the crossbow at the warg and try to shoot it up.
Yeah, I am. While there's a reason for me to come over here and do this, and that is, while I'm helping with the first aid, I'm also attempting to identify its species.
Wonderful. Let me look. What is this? This is a society check to recognize this species.
Crap.
Can I do that too?
Absolutely. We're kind
I'm
of
not going to go like
here.
investigate, but just from a distance.
Yeah, for sure. We are effectively out of combat. If anybody wants to just roll society and see if you know what these things are, that's totally
Can I
fine.
tell you on a cult?
It is yes with a harder DC.
Okay, I get a bonus, so I'll do that.
Yep.
Actually, you know what? Not gonna do that instead. I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna play with this cat. I'm gonna give it some flammable stuff, and I'm just gonna have a great time.
Actually, can I take a glance at their caravan to see what might be in it?
Yes, absolutely. So the way this is going to work is I'm going to kind of ask you guys, what are you doing in this moment? And then each of you will do that thing in that moment, and then we'll move to the next moment.
Gotcha.
So Fetch is identifying the species and doing medicine. Branch is secretly, covertly trying to check out the caravan. Baby Boy's playing with the elemental.
Yeah, I'm giving it. I'm finding the driest grass so it can catch it on fire.
Understood. Jane was kind of looking at the people, is that right?
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious if I recognize what sort of people they are. That's my main thing. I don't know if I can do. Yeah, we'll start with that.
Understood. And then Sketch, what are you doing as things kind of wrap up here?
No one's bleeding. I could give Branch some good berries to top him off here.
Mm.
Here, you want a snack?
Sure. While unwrapping the chain from his, just put them in my mouth.
Okay, here you go.
Thanks. How much does that heal?
7.
Yay.
Cool.
I'm not seeing an easy, immediate rule on whether you can force feed good berries. I'm fine with it. It'll probably just take 2 actions to administer. I'm cool with that. It's enough to at least wake this guy up.
Okay, cool. I'll do that.
All right, the brothers come over and start to heal. Let's see, what were these society checks? Jane, good. Fetch, also good. This makes a lot of sense, actually. Each of you would kind of have a reason to know this. Fetch is a little more dubious here. These are fetchling. They are humanoids that, the rumor goes, come from the Shadowfell. They dwell there. The story goes that a very, very long time ago, some group of humanoids, possibly elves or humans, some people even say halfling, went into the Shadowfell, disappeared for a very long time, and when they emerged, they were fetchling. They typically have a lot of control over light and shadow. They sometimes suffer from weak eyesight and bright light. They are typically, like many residents of the Shadowfell, very morose, very passive, very drained of enthusiasm. They don't show a lot of strong emotion. So the fact that Shania is even frowning as all of this is going on is a bit telling that the two of them are probably close. And although you're not super familiar with fetchling, they look like each other. They look like they're probably related. Meanwhile, you are able to administer the good berry, and Mithric eventually does kind of cough, looks down, he puts a hand over where he was bitten, the memories of the fight flooding back to him quickly, and then looks up to you, and starts to, offer a thank you, but almost catches himself mid-sentence and looks around. Where's the old man? Oh, there, and he tries to get to his feet as quickly as he can. Branch, give me a perception check. And also, or did you already give me one? I think you did.
No, I rolled society and then changed my mind.
Okay, gotcha. Give me perception, and if you're trying to do this discreetly, give me a stealth check.
Gotcha.
Oh, those are both real good. Branch, you play it off natural, like you're coming back to make sure that everyone is okay. You probably even flag down the old man, hey, are you all right? Is everything all right? You take the opportunity, when you have a kind of obscured line of sight to everyone else, to peer in through the windows and see what you see. And what you see inside the cart, first of all, outside of the cart, you see padlocks on all of the doors. This cart is locked well, to the point that it was difficult for them to get in the cart when it was dangerous. It's clear that they don't want people getting into this cart, even to their own detriment. Inside, the stagecoach appears to be completely empty except for something in the middle of it, which is covered with a canvas, like a tarp. It is on a 24... Boy, with a 24, it looks like... Man, what would that even look like when it was covered up in a tarp? It looks like maybe a sheep or a dog or some sort of... There's some sort of... It almost looks like an animal that is under a tarp. Not moving.
Not a cage, but an animal?
Not a cage, but it almost... You can kind of make out the shape of a head and a body, like just a sleeping dog or sheep or something, covered in a canvas tarp. Not moving. Notably, I say not moving, it's not lying on its side like a dead animal. It's sitting upright like just a reclining dog covered in a tarp.
Gotcha.
And then you realize that the two fetchlings have kind of been healed, and they're starting to look and make sure that everything is okay. And before they really spot you taking a curious glance inside the window, you're back and you're acting natural, and you get the sense that they didn't see you snooping at all.
Hey.
Or go ahead.
Where are you folks headed?
The old man comes over. Is everything all right?
Yeah. It seemed a little overwhelmed. I was wondering if we were heading the same place. Maybe we could... our caravan could probably use a few more mercenaries.
Oh, I am so glad you came when you did. That was a lot. My name is Petra. This is my son, Dalska.
Mm-hmm.
We are headed south towards the desert through Zulakar.
Through Zulakar? Oh, so we are headed to the same place, huh?
If you are, that is very fortunate. We're lucky to have met you when we did.
Transportation? Or just tourism?
No, I am afraid I am not rich enough for tourism. I am working.
Gotcha. Who's your employee?
That I get paid not to tell. It is nothing personal, but you know how some people are.
Nah, I getcha.
It's nothing interesting. It's mostly mail packages.
I can't imagine who's ordering something from Zulakara from Bamador to Zulakara, but...
I admit it's strange. Usually I bring things the other way, but I won't say no to 2 paychecks instead of 1.
So you're a courier?
Courier, by trade, all my life.
Gotcha. Well, pretty damn fucking foolish to come out here by yourself with what looks like 2 pretty unreliable mercenaries. I feel like we could attach you to the caravan this time for a bit of a fee.
Are they okay? And he kind of just walks straight past you and begins to speak to them again in Drewski now. And they speak to each other and they kind of look over the injuries. And they nod. They seem to be relieved that nobody was killed by that, although there were serious injuries. Branch, give me a perception check is all that is going on. And Baby Boy, give me a nature check with a little bonus for reasons.
Cool. I'm also going to be petting this thing.
Oh, that hurts. It's fire.
It does not hurt me. My tentacles shoot out, and I gain 5 resistance to fire.
What? Incredible, yeah. As you start to reach out, you do see that this satyr, Kaira, comes, oh, no, be very careful. And you reach out and you shield yourself from the flame and begin to draw it into yourself.
I just absorb the flame and my tentacles flare out, and you can just see the air around my tentacles start to wave and whatnot.
And then you said you were giving it a bunch of dry grass to let.
Oh, I was getting a little cattail and playing with it, and then it's probably burning it. I'm not trying to. I'm not starting a forest fire.
Sure.
I'm just
yeah, you're playing with it. Give me an
If
nature.
it says anything, I'll translate.
Okay. I'm not going to say anything racist because I don't know. You said nature check?
Nature check, yes.
I couldn't tell you.
Not
earlier.
This one's nature. Or go ahead, Fetch, sorry.
Ziki guys earlier mentioned that they asked me if I spoke to spirits. I feel like I can. This is a chance to prove it. Plus, he's cute.
True.
I'll use a hero point to reroll because it's late in the day.
Hell yeah. I probably should have given him. Everybody take a hero point. You've all been wonderful. We're almost done anyway.
I don't know if you said I got a bonus
You
to it
do.
or not. I have is that a +0?
So what you find is that for at least a little moment, as you kind of wave this dried out cattail in front of it, you watch as this gremlin little fiery cat like locks eyes onto it and hunches down real low and starts to pounce after it. And you're able to keep its attention for probably 15 or 20 seconds until eventually it just seems to find something else that catches its attention and it starts to run off. And Kyra kind of looks and says, this one is such trouble. I'm sorry. I'm still learning to... Hey, no, don't burn that. Don't burn that. And she starts to run off to it.
Oh, no.
It's kind of snicker.
Fetch and sketch. Give me nature checks.
Yeah, you're not asking an animal not to burn it or a child. You're asking fire not to burn. That's not going to help or work.
Yes, I'm sorry. You remind me of my mentor. That is what she says too. I'm still learning. What would you do? And you can see that this cat is like scratching the trunk of one of these trees, and as it does, flames are starting to like lick up the branches towards the leaves.
I'm going to scratch the tree with it.
It's a rainforest. You probably aren't going to cause too much damage. It rained a couple days ago, but still, it's scratching a tree.
You can't tell fire not to burn, but you can tell it what to burn. The best you can do is direct it. Give it something to play with.
You could carry a torch and it could, sit on that. That wouldn't be too bad.
I pull out a torch.
All right.
I have like 5 of them.
Can I try?
Oh, why?
All right. She takes the torch and she kind of like goes over. Hey, And she stoops down low and kind of waves it back and forth. And you do watch as, well, I guess you should do a check for it. She's just not able to get its attention. It seems to be fascinated by this tree. It's making all sorts of fun noises as the bark rips free. Flames start to lick up the side, and it just sits there like a cat under a Christmas tree, wide-eyed, like, ooh, look at the destruction I'm causing. Maybe I should send it back to its plane for now, before this gets out of hand.
Might be a good idea, yeah.
She closes
Can I
her
just
eyes.
ask it why it wants to burn the tree and not the torch?
You can. Do you speak some sort of primordial, I assume?
Drusky. Or not Drusky,
Druidic. Sure. You can give me a diplomacy check. There's going to be some penalties involved for reasons. Nature would also be appropriate here, if that's better for you.
And +4.
Ooh.
28.
Ooh. This thing turns around, and it doesn't turn around. What it does is the cat thing where it continues to ignore you, but it swivels one of its ears around to make it very clear that it has heard you and just doesn't want to give you attention. You see its tail is like flicking back and forth impatiently behind it. And eventually it like yawns a little, and there's like a belch of black smoke that comes out of its mouth, and it turns and looks to you. And it kind of starts to saunter over like it's going to do the cat thing where it rubs against your leg. And that, I think, is the point where Kyra is like, oh, no, and she starts to just, like, clap her hands together, and it desummons. I'm so sorry. It's just, it won't listen.
It's a weak spirit. Feed it so it can grow.
Yes, of course, I will try. I will try. Thank you both. All 3 of you. I'm still learning. And she does that same bow that she did earlier when she first found out the 2 of you were spirit weavers. I have a lot to learn. I had hoped to figure this out before I returned, but I guess I will need a little more time to practice.
We all do.
Don't beat yourself up too much. Fires, it likes to spark and burn. It's unpredictable. It's hard to control.
I don't want to complain. I don't want to make it seem like I'm complaining. And she does kind of like speak a little quieter. It does seem like maybe one of the other elements would have been easier. And you can see that this pharaoh ghast literally just sits there. It does nothing. It sits in one place and it blinks slowly once every 45 seconds. The snake kind of swivels around in place. It sloshes. You can tell that it is a little more antsy. But the Thoko kind of just nudges it back where it wants it to go, and it remains there for a while. And the Zephyrhawk appears very well trained. It is essentially just resting on the tigress's shoulders. Occasionally crackles or pops, and she flicks her ear to get away from the static electricity, but it appears to be under very good control.
I
You
give
should
her.
summon
Go ahead, Fed.
the spirit whose type matches your resonates best with you, with your personality and your soul.
Well,
If you are not fire, you can't control fire.
perhaps that is it. I don't know what mine is. In truth, I thought it may have been fire, but the more I spend time with that thing, I don't know.
Fire is wild, unapologetic, confident.
I admit I'm not many of those things. Maybe I'll try water. Water seems peaceful, and she kind of cocks her head a little bit at the snake that's just kind of running circles over there.
Try water.
I'll give her a pat on the back, and just be like, "Oh, you need to be more confident in yourself. Don't take notice if you do."
I can try. It's one of those cycle things, right? I fail, so I am not confident, so I fail. I know that if I could just turn it around, but... And she kind of looks down a little bit.
Ah,
You know how it goes.
keep your chin up.
Branch. As you watch the old man go over and speak to his mercenary, there's this nagging feeling. You know this guy from somewhere through the church. You're almost certainly that he has been in the church at some point. Usually that means it's somebody who is in big trouble, like a criminal, or it's somebody who is very devout, somebody who's made a big contribution, and so the church has made a big point of being like, here, shake hands with this man, he just gave us 100 gold. Like, something fails the sniff test here. This guy just feels familiar in a way you know that he has been to the church for something, and you just can't put your finger on it.
Can I give him and his son like one more once over to see if I recognize anything on their persons?
Sure. Give me a secret perception check.
Yay.
This is essentially the check that you just made, but angled in a slightly different way, so there will be a penalty for repeated checks. That's pretty good. It's supposed to be secret, but that's fine. Keep it.
Sorry.
Totally fine. Let's see, what would you notice? Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm trying to figure out, like, if there's anything that you would even pick up on. It's something about his accent. It's something about the connection to the Drewski that's like, oh, when did we have a Drewski man come in? You look him over very cautiously, and you're able to tell that the cheap, worn clothing that he's wearing is not fake. It's not a disguise. It's not a costume. You're pretty sure that this man isn't rich. And that kind of leads you to narrow it down to, well, he must have been involved in a criminal proceeding. Maybe he's a crook. Maybe he is not super truthful or honest. You're just kind of able to narrow it down. Like, you know you recognize him, and you're pretty sure he wasn't some rich dude who made a big donation to the church.
Okay. Then I will go up to them and more come on hard times, huh?
Yes, it seems to come time after time. Again, thank you so much. I don't have much to offer, but please. And he starts to fish around in his pouch, and he pulls out a little coin purse, and you can hear a few meager coins jingling around inside.
Hey,
yeah.
not right now.
No, please, I insist. We might be dead. If not for you, it is the very least that I can do. And he pulls out just a couple copper coins and sets them in your palm. I know it is not much, but the gods would not smile on me if I let you walk away empty-handed.
How about some information instead? All right. And I'll like. Oh, I don't have another hand. I can't do the clutch my palm onto his. I'll just like toss the coins, like toss the coins over to his son.
Yeah, he catches them and pockets them.
Yeah. You look familiar. And it's a bit weird seeing someone of your I don't know, financial situation running around with mercenaries. You've been to uh the Abbey of Edis recently?
It's been a long time, but yes, I confess I have had my run-ins with the guards. They do not like me very much.
Ah, shit, son. You don't look like much of a criminal, honestly.
No, I don't think myself much of one, but apparently the new rulership does. They will do anything they can to squeeze gold from those who came before them.
Then what's your game then?
Money, it's really that simple. I make some money, I pay the muscle to help me deliver things, I get a little more money. If I save up enough, someday maybe I can move out of this hellhole, live in a place that is a bit less shit. I came a long way from Mithram hoping that things would be better, and, well, and he just kind of motions around.
Amen, brother.
And for the record, I know you were earlier doing a disguise thing with Baby Boy. Are you in any sort of disguise now? And if not, are you dressed in your Justicar gear?
I'm not dressed in my Justicar gear, at least not
Okay.
completely anymore. I don't have the Simple of Vetus on. I never went into like buying new clothes or stuff, but
Okay.
like, yeah.
Wonderful. I take it you have had some trouble with the Cyrillin, too.
Rounding up practically everyone in the city who looks anything like me.
He kind of like rolls his eyes and he does air quotes. Justice will be served, they say. Justice, my ass.
Yeah, I can't say I'm a big fan of the big guy either, but
Has he not served you well?
not at all. No, I'll keep the other arm to myself right now.
Understood.
Yeah. Nah, he ain't been the best to me, but some people I know have had him. And some shit resonates with me a little.
I see.
Listen, if you plan on going back to Famador anytime soon, I wouldn't recommend it in the next weeks or so. I don't know if you heard, but a church exploded.
Oh, exploded?
Yeah, shit went up in flames. It was awesome until I got a little closer, and they seemed to be blaming all the other Justicars.
It's at this point that off in the distance there is a low rumbling growl of some sort of a scavenging creature, and the man looks at you. I will hear more of this exploding church. I am intrigued, but maybe we should move before we stop.
Sure. Why not travel with our caravan for a while?
Yes, of course. After that, I would not risk going alone.
Gotcha.
And they quickly whistle and start to round people up. The injured mercenary kind of leans on their whoever they're related to, brother or friend or lover or whatever they are. And they start to make headway, kind of pulling off to the side to let you guys, get in front of and behind them while they get their shit together. Meanwhile, your own caravan leader says, all right, that's our cue to move. Let's go. And I think it's midnight. That might be where we have to wrap things up for the night. There's so much more I want to do, but it is getting late already.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I will just real quick.
Yeah.
While that conversation is happening with Branch and the other conversation is happening with the Fire Kitty, I'll walk up to the Tiger Lady with the Zephyr Hawk and just kind of watch it for a minute, but eventually just be like, is this a Zephyr Hawk?
And she says, yeah, this one was quite a lot of trouble to get under control. But eventually you give things what they want. They figure out that they should stay with you. My name is Afoma. And she extends a hand.
She extends hands, and then Cheeky says, I'm Jane. Nice tail.
Nice tail. And she kind of laughs through that. I admit it's not very often that we see a human Spirit Weaver.
Oh, it's a bit of a misunderstanding between me and Fetch. I'm an arcanist. Spirit weaving is not quite what I do, but it seems the term that he likes to talk about magic in general, so I stuck with it.
I see. Now that makes a lot more sense. Not that it isn't very impressive, of course. I don't want to diminish what you've done. You obliterated that ward.
Oh, it's... in truth, fighting's all new to me. We came here for Zephyrhawk down.
Oh.
Do you know where we could find it? What the safest way to get it is? I understand that probably they aren't all that inclined to part with it.
There's like a little bit of a look in her eye, like, oh, yeah, of course the wizard would like a little down. This makes a lot of sense. Everything is adding up all of a sudden. But she looks and said, well, if you just need a little bit, you saved our lives, or at least helped. I would be happy to pluck a feather or two off here. How much do you need?
Do I know how much we need?
A lot. Let me go pull up the quest.
Can you imagine if, like, Jane just completes the quest now? We haven't even left the city. She's just like, guys, why are you guys being dumb? This guy just has down.
You guys are playing with cats and fucking interrogating this coachman for no reason.
Jane said we were being the responsible adult.
I'm just kidding. I love it. I want to play with a cat so bad. This is a moment where I wish I could just be Nordo and go play with that cat and with this fucking snail.
I'll have to go pull it up, but I know that it is a lot.
It's a lot.
It's
okay.
it's like a couple pillows worth, I think is what I said.
Well, this also, I mean, this would help, though. We know what we're looking for.
Yeah, so she'll nonetheless take the feather she's offered.
Yeah.
Say, that's very kind. Thank you. We the project we're working on needs quite a lot more. We didn't come here to hunt them or do any harm to them. Is there any peaceful way to claim it? Do they leave it behind in places they abandoned or anything like that? I'll be honest, I don't know much about the creatures.
You do see that they all kind of look to each other, and to also Fetch and Sketch a bit here, with a bit of a smile on their face. Kind of like a knowing. It's very kind that you would try to do this peacefully, and it may be possible they leave some behind when they molt. Although, to do that, you would have to find the portals where they emerge from and catch them very quickly. In truth, this may be a violent sort of expedition if you need a lot of it. But we are meant to respect nature, but they are just elementals. They are things. They are animals. We hunt to eat, and sometimes we hunt elementals to do what we need as well. As long as you are not doing it for fun or disrespectfully, there's no shame in hunting what you need. You'll want to find a mountain, and I can't help you there because it's been some time since I've been home. But we are going to be looking for Sir Chun, and we may be able to ask there.
So for looking for what now?
Sir Chun, the capital. It moves. We will have to find it, but it is hard to miss.
Interesting. Well, Jane looks relieved to hear that it's not like anathema to the Zulukar people to kill an elemental or something.
Yeah, and Sketch.
She doesn't know shit.
You can absolutely write out your check from here. I assume that you're very welcome to share everything that you know. You know lots about this.
Okay. Yeah, we hunt them when we need them. Sometimes, they have useful materials. You just got to keep things balanced.
Yeah, that makes sense. I wasn't sure if they were, I don't know, sacred or anything, but that's good to hear that this won't be a conflict.
Sketch, you would know that elemental is as wide a classification as mammal. There are some that are fully sapient human people that have thoughts and dreams and ambitions. And then there are some that are effectively germs that have no thoughts. They simply follow basic directives and programming to follow an evolutionary bias. And then there are some in the middle. Sketch, you would know that there are non-sapient elementals capable of speech, which is a little weird. They communicate through primordial, sometimes as a matter of automatic instinct and response. Not really even having a mind to process the words that they're saying or the words being said to them. And there's a little bit of an icky feeling when you kill something that tells you to not kill it. But even then, they have been proven through magic to not have souls or sapience. They just know how to speak because that's what they're programmed to do.
Jane will take the one feather and just sort of stick it in her pocket for now. Say, well, thank you for sharing with me.
Of course. Hopefully that will be our last encounter. But if you save our lives again, I might be able to spare another.
She smiles. Checks to see what the status is on clearing the bridge.
About this time of the monster roars, everybody rounds up real quick and starts to get moving again. The rest of the day goes pretty smoothly until you eventually arrive at camp, and I think that's probably where we'll wrap up.
I have just one question. I mean,
Yeah, go for it.
I can do it next time. I didn't see any cultist stuff on them. I know I get like the.
Oh yeah, you've got the thing.
And I also have my other thing too, but I don't know if either of those came off.
Your other thing definitely does not go off. Your cultist thing, give me, what is that, a secret perception check?
It just says you notice signs and symbols that members of mystery cults and other secret studies use to declare their affiliation to fellow members. So I just recognize
that is
them.
just automatic. You do not recognize any signs of cults or anything on on anyone else, actually. But especially not the new people that you just ran into.
Minor thing fact, could I have bought a tent when I was in town?
Yeah, totally fine.
Totally forgot to do that.
You don't want to sleep in the carriage?
Sure don't.
Sex carriage.
Boy, the sex carriage.
Real glad you introduced that element to this trip that I was not expecting. I know we're all imagining just a fully 70s psychedelic shag carriage.
Oh,
like
absolutely.
Austin Powers. Austin Powers had a carriage.
Yeah, exactly. Like that is the mental picture that I have, and I assume that everyone else has as well.
For sure, there's like beads on the back instead of a regular entrance.
Shag carpet.
Hell yeah.
It's got a green lamp.
Ooh.
Smells strongly of weed.
Yep.
The rug actually seems like it might be made of weed.
Yeah.
Hemp.
Hemp
You wouldn't
rug.
use the weed for it. You just...
Everyone's questioning why they let us join.
I think after earlier, no one's questioning why we joined.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you guys saved several lives just now. Mithric would have been dead as fuck. Shania probably also would have been dead as fuck.
Probably, yeah. And then once your mercenaries are dead, then
Yeah, old man's dead
like-
too.
Hold on, I have one last thing to say before we go.
Absolutely. What's that?
I'm gonna walk over to this guy and be like, "That'll do, donkey. That'll do." I've been sitting on that since we saw the donkeys, and I'm like, I can't help it.
Fucking incredible.
I'm gonna go ahead and quit this campaign.
All right. Duly noted. It's been nice.
Jane pulls her head off of her body, and the turret of a tank emerges from her neck.
It's me. I'm almost done with the remix or remaster. So excited.
It's so good.
my boss gave me $100 gift card, and I'm gonna go buy Super Mario with it
Oh,
like an adult.
Yeah, hell yeah. Let's
Hell
go.
yeah.
I've been enjoying my game.
I'm coming up on Jonathan Jones, and I'm so excited.
What?
That's good.
Jonathan Jones, the coolest character from Super Mario RPG.
Oh, I was talking about Wonder. Okay.
Oh,
Wonder's also
Wonder
good.
is so good too.
Yeah.
I fucking love Wonder.
Love Wonder.
All right, guys, and Jane, I have to go to bed.
Have a good
Yeah.
night.
I appreciate you referring to me as not guys because of my character.
Right.
You're a robot.
But I too must go to bed.
We're
right.
back.
Have a good
Good night.
Night, everyone. Bye.
We're back next week with the opposite group, and then we're back to this group the week after that.
I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Doing a little alternating back and forth. Tex finally gets to
Hell
play
yeah.
and hopefully kill some things and do some cool fighter shit. Real excited. We'll see you then.
Thank God.
Bye.
Bye.
We love you.
I got to kill things as a rogue today, and I
Dude,
felt
you
accomplished.
fucked shit up. You tore up on that fight. That was wild.
That was good.
What's that like?
You'll find out.
I think my kill count is still 0 too.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates, they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors dry under the sun. Our children they fed to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brothers' blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burned us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt. We murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where